I think I got everything started the way I'm supposed to. Uh, let me. I need to turn up the sensitivity of this microphone. I can actually control it in a different way. I need to just this mic. Where is it? Anyway, hi everyone. Um, that is here. I am here, and we're gonna do Immortal. That's the game that supposedly is the love child of Immortal. Fenyx Rising is apparently the love child of Breath of the Wild, and people keep saying some other game, but if you made that love child, if you took that love child and decided to partly neglect it, but mostly you can be like, yes, I see the family resemblance, but you have to squint a little into your head. That's what I've been told is what I'm about to get into. Do I know the legitimacy of those claims? No. We found multiple occasions of people being idiots. So I'm not here to really try to figure that out yet. Why does my eye have to hurt? Well, I know why my eye has to hurt. My eye is hurting like crazy. I don't care about plosives right now. You might get the plosives. Oh well, I'll just position it in a way that maybe you won't. I hold how many seconds for the lights? Get rid of that giant softbox would be a really nice thing. That would be a very nice thing. I'm a little like mentally exhausted and physically exhausted, but we are continuing on tonight. I'm trying to quickly. I'm trying to quickly like find like. Just put up. Yeah, go ahead and put up a little bit. Just a tiny. Just give me 3 more decibels. That'll do. All right, there we go. It's not a big deal for probably everyone else. It's a big deal for me. So anyway, I titled this stream the way I did because I was like, there's no way that this is just gonna start off to a start. Like, it's gonna have a start where I'm not gonna address what I did yesterday, but I'm not gonna go into detail like I did yesterday. I'm gonna plan on taking a poll if I can't wrap it up fast, because I don't necessarily want to harp on that. By the way, for some reason that reminded me that I needed to take medicine, which I do. My eye, it's my left eye right now, and the left side of my face is not doing the best. Mostly because I'm an idiot, but I can be an idiot in a way that makes me feel proud to be a dad. I'm an idiot because of the way I was staying away from my son before we went and got tested for COVID. I'm an idiot because I forgot to put sustenance in my body. And because of that, for anyone who's had to abruptly switch to liquids, you will know that is a recipe for disaster. Your body will make way too much acid. There is no antacid on earth that is ever meant to deal with that. And I actually don't know too many people who have gone through that, where all of a sudden their ability to just eat solids goes away. So I don't know how many people know like the solution to that. And it's like, you really want any other solution, but the solution is to just go ahead and drink a good amount of water and go ahead and eat something solid, expecting that it's going to come right back up, so your body stops triggering the daggum reaction to make too much stomach acid, and it just comes with the side effect of like, hopefully you just but like really like in a real nice, like not draining way that doesn't hurt and doesn't make you feel bad. Not this time. My body decided that I should feel like shit for trying to do that. So it's revolting. My face, it feels like my face is revolting against me, which it has been for a while. You can tell because of the way my face looks in general. It for a long time has had a grudge against me by and it showed its grudge by making me look very bad and having a face for radio. But now the auto white balance is getting rid of the fact that it is splotchy red from man. It was not my favorite thing to go through every now and then. But I'm not on here to tell you about I'm not on here to tell you about my stomach issues or the fact that I'm an idiot. But I slept like as soon as my son got up. I was sleeping on the couch to stay like enough away like from everything, and like when my son got up, like I immediately went and like Lysol'd everything and got away again. But because I threw off my normal schedule so much because I was still tired, I didn't get up and immediately make coffee like I usually do, which I used to never drink coffee, but the creamers in the coffee, the fats are actually good for me. And then, have a shake somewhere in there. I never did any of that. I'm an idiot. I tried to cheat with a BioLite. If you guys have seen me drink those during the drunk live stream, this is fine. But I have something to say. And I will take that poll on whether my rants get to count as time that I put on the clock when the clock starts even mattering. I never take it like you guys for granted, so I never take it for granted that the clock will even matter in the first place. We have had 2 streams where it was just like I put 45 minutes up on the clock and that's all that went. 45 minutes went by and I said bye everyone, so like rants didn't matter. So I don't take that for granted at all. So I'm not gonna like go and take the poll yet, but I will inform everyone what's going on. But first, I'm gonna say hi first to a few people that are here because I see up at the top Jeffrey beat Chad, which means that usually the goal is to beat Chad to say hello first. Looks like Jeffrey got that crowning achievement today. I see Kevin, Richie, and Willow. You hear my voice is bad from the blah earlier. The L, Kale, Justin Tyler, and yeah, I am excited about being able to install. I getting that softbox off and getting the light closer to my face so that I can actually light this room properly. Basically, so I can make everything else disappear is what I'm happy about. I want everything else in the room to disappear. And I'm no magician, so it takes some light wizardry. But let me keep looking. I see John Parker, who will now get all the plosives because I turned up the sensitivity. And I see Jacob. Hey, what's going on, Jacob? I didn't bring it. I'm gonna get I'm not feeling 100%. I will get up and bring in that mask. Is awesome, and I don't know what else it is possible that you sent. But I got like 5 packages in the mail, and I have to go like give people credit. The only one I remember off the top of my head is John Parker because, to be honest, John Parker and Jacob, because Jacob's the only one who would send me that Persona 5 mask that I know of, and John Parker because Conker's Bad Fur Day was in that box of games. And it's one of the few games that I didn't want to play the Xbox re-release of it. The Xbox re-release is actually bull. It's complete bull. They take out a lot of, like, for example, I know it sounds like nothing, but to those of us who grew up on Conker's Bad Fur Day, taking out the jiggle physics of the sunflower, no, that's a no-go. You do not do that. Give me my jiggle physics on a sunflower, a busty sunflower, that I need to pour honey on, and let me just piss on a bunch of rocks, please. That's all. I don't ask for many things. You don't take the things that made Conker's Bad Fur Day out of Conker's Bad Fur Day. So now I have a copy of Conker's Bad. That's why I remember that off the top of my head. I should put my glasses back on because I realized the reason I'm kind of like lilting to the side is because look, it's all better now. Did I say hi to Kevin? I think no. Yes, I did. Let's say hi to Kel. Haley's here. Soul Bad Guy. Kel-El. It's a woozle. I can't even keep my high voice, but your voice still made me smile. Hey there, Mary. What's going on? Every blue moon, part of me wants to say Sherry for some reason, and I like have to beat myself over my own head with my own. Too soon for me to start making those jokes. Patrick Gren, what's going on? I'm getting used to Dark Knights, Blue Knights. What's happening? I really do. Somebody wrote a note too. You can see that I've been a little scattered the past few days. I'm a little scattered. Trying my best. I am trying my best to keep it together. It's just a roller coaster all over. Pockets is here. Hey Pockets, you get mad props for realizing that I covered up. I still have this in, not from earlier from the thing, but I have my chin hair is right now kept in a little braid. You get mad props for actually noticing that on the face mask, which I did have a proper seal to for people who don't understand how a face mask seal works. Yes, tying my chin hair up in a bun and then shaving it down to right at the edge of that, so that particular mask could actually seal to my face counts as a proper seal. Big props for noticing that I actually stretched my gaiter over the vent as a precaution, just to slow down the air I'm exhaling, since it is now going at a more rapid speed, and I actually still have to look out for people around me in case my assumptions, any of them, are wrong, including the idea that I'm sick, which is obvious since I was running a fever the entire stream yesterday. The entirety of my stream had me looking at a thermometer that kept telling me I was running a fever. During all the rants of it. But like, hey, Pog, like I noticed that comment. Props for noticing that I did that. I'm looking for Stephen Ore. Hello there, Steven. There's a big N on the big end of the Steve, so I guess I can say it that way. Superman, what's going on? Hey there. Did I say hi to GJD8000? I think I said hi to Haley. I didn't say hi to H-Bot. And then BJ, hello there. You can't say you just wanted to say hello. Well, hello and goodbye. Hi, BJ. I hope you're doing okay. Michael Ballard, hello. Don't mind me. I'm awake. Oh, I'm in a headspace where I've got half of my face is in like a huge, my eye hurts, and like this half of my face just hurts. So what I'm gonna try to do immediately as soon as we get into this game, I'm sorry to everyone who is listening on a device that like having stereo instead of mono sound coming out is an issue. Some people really hate that, and some people don't give a shit, because honestly, when you're watching on a TV, most people don't have a sound system that are on average watching. They're watching from a phone or something, so it doesn't matter. If I can put it to mono, I'm only keeping in one earbud for this stream, because putting a headphone earbud in this ear is how much it's hurting right now. So I'm not doing that. Trayvon is here. Hello there. Because I already tried to stick it in there, and it hurt when I tried to stick it in. Did I use enough lube? Who knows? Richie, hello. I see the Navis. I'm not sure if I saw. Playing while lurking. But much love to every. Well, Vash, I'm glad you send out the good vibes. When I open it, open what? Oh gosh, there's something still being sent. Okay. That's the surprise. I'm just waiting for the shipping update. Hooray overseas. Oh, Mary, I get like the anticipation. You've got some anticipation really building up in me on that one. I said hi to BJ. I said hello and goodbye. Because BJ first said I can't stay, so I said hello, goodbye. But hello again. Um, um, so, where am I going? I don't know how to a summation of kind of what occurred other than just saying what occurred. Okay. Yeah, I'm not taking the poll. I'll hold you to this. If I cannot keep this under 15 minutes, I will take the poll for people listening, whether me ranting or talking, because I'll count from here right now, since I said hi to people. I'll count from now as starting as ranting, and if I can't keep it in a 15-minute span, then I'll put the poll up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get into the game. Oh, Joy's here. Hey there, Joy. What's going on? Joy to the world. So yeah, starts timer. I see that. All right. So where do we start? Because I'm gonna erase this from the beginning of the. I put COVID talk wrap up in the title of the screen. So anyone who really is sitting here thinking that I was immediately jumping into the game, you know better. You should know better by now. What is wrong with you for not knowing that if I say it, I put it in the title. It's probably the same people who don't read in the title. No spoilers or help. No spoints. The no hints or spoiler or help, please. Okay, thanks. So anyway, good night, BJ. So here's the thing. Here's the deal. Everyone heard me talking yesterday, heard that I was in a bit of a dilemma with the fact that my son, close contact, someone who has COVID, sent home to be quarantined. We read things off the CDC. I went on a few rants. I told you guys how I'd presented to my ex. Well, there's good news and there's bad news and there's neutral news. I'm just gonna start off with the good. My ex did things that I didn't expect, but I should have actually expected because I should have actually predicted it differently. The first thing is that she went and got tested. In fact, when I was sitting in my car waiting for my test results, my ex drove by to be in a different parking spot. So my son and I are like playing Super Smash Brothers, waiting on everything. And she just drives by and slows down to holler to Rowan. That's, oh boy, is that not awkward or what? Okay. So here's the thing. Whew, boy. I ran numbers, actually. I didn't try to just, I didn't expect it for her to be there. And what I was missing is basically plot points, or points to plots on a graph or whatnot, because I have the statistics that we read through, blah, blah, blah. If you missed yesterday, basically, I went on a little bit of a rant of me not understanding all the difference, but also people not understanding general differences and what's written in the best literature we have on the thing that's killing a lot of people. And actually, YouTube still has not claimed that my past video was worth needing to put a footnote of basically saying, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, possibly go visit CDC, and if not, Google. So I find it a very prestigious thing that I have accomplished. I was able to go on a very long rant about COVID, and YouTube was just like, nah, it checks out. You're allowed to do that. So I find that to be very nice. That happened. Here's the deal. I ran a few numbers. And from yesterday, these are real numbers that I ran, by the way, of what the likelihood that what would happen. So here let me pose to you the dilemma here. My son's at home because he's in close proximity with somebody who has COVID on his bus where it's cramped. I am running a fever. With those two factors alone, you start seeing that there's cause for concern that my son, the first time around, didn't show symptoms. He also never was able to pop positive even though he is the one weak link in the whole thing, he popped negative to be able to say that like he did, which would go back to our talk of yesterday of what is one of the rapid tests, and one of the rapid tests is testing, it's testing, it's an antigen test. It's testing for the protein that basically encapsulates the RNA. It's not testing for the RNA itself. So basically it's looking for footprints, but if it covers its tracks well enough, the test is meaningless. And so anyone that looks at the CDC's website, you'll see that there's no such thing as the CDC ever saying that if you've come into close proximity, which means within 6 feet, consistently over a period of 15 minutes, which, you know, for the layman means every time you go to the grocery store and there's more than just you in the grocery store, because someone there probably has it, that you probably should count it as like if you don't get in and out of the grocery store within 15 minutes, that you should consider the idea of not being, but people don't even think about that. This is a strict case of like, my son's at home and told to quarantine. CDC's website says to quarantine. It says if you want your quarantine to be shorter, go get tested. And it literally says if you test negative, quarantine for 7 days. That's testing negative shortens your quarantine. It does not get you out of it. There's a little thing that we didn't talk about apparently enough that is on the CDC's website, which basically is this little thing that just like you can skip over it so easily, but it's not too hard to skip over. When I realized that in talking to my ex today, that they had CDC officials come to her school. Her school is one of the test schools because her superintendent has been pushing for her school to stay open. Just found out today that her superintendent and her principals for the school. So the principal of the school has been pushing for her school to stay open. Every teacher near her has gotten COVID. She is the only one basically on like the 3rd grade hallway that doesn't have it. And it's one of those things where like this principal is trying to be like, this is what normalcy looks like. And after talking to the CDC and then a talk with the superintendent, he sent out an email going, we are going to have to start alternating days where kids are in the school. There was no way about it. He's being an idiot. He went back to full time, as in literal full time, 5 days a week schooling, when cases here are skyrocketing. Like skyrocketing. And so that here's a little line that might be skipped over pretty easily. Let me just read it, but it has to be done as we did last time for possible COVIDians. So for the sake of them listening, I shall speak in the tune that they're aware of, which is the tune to their hollow skull, echoing all the words I say around their thick, empty chasm, thick walls where it can just echo around. So that you hear the words I have to say, because this is straight off the CDC's website. And thusly it says, and you might miss this, your local public health authorities make the final decisions about how long quarantine should last based on local conditions and needs. It's to follow the recommendations of your local whatever, but options they will consider include stopping quarantine as a bullet point after day 10 without testing, or after day 7 after receiving a negative test result. Test must occur on day 5 or later of exposure. Of exposure is what I added in so people didn't. Science, bitches! All right, so here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. Here's the thing. My back was kind of to a wall. All right, my back is to a wall, and I had to make a few decisions. And not realizing that my ex would be there, I got to make a few different decisions, and these weren't easy. So I'm gonna walk you guys step by step through why basically you shouldn't do what I just did. and yet why I'm still very torn on what just occurred, and why I'm so freaking proud of my son. Because I'm gonna explain to you what happened here. So what ended up happening was I had a lengthy discussion with my ex on whether my son should be going to a basketball game that happened today. It is extracurricular, that's under her umbrella. Health is under my umbrella. Now, the school told him to quarantine, but I overlooked one little thing. In the CDC's recommendations, the final standard for whether you quarantine or are disallowed access to a building, facility, or any activities is left up to local officials. And local officials deemed it that while, remember, we're not really naming a certain county in particular, so we'll say it rhymes with Bob County in the state of Florida has shut down all elementary schools just because the infection rate is so high. A city in that county, we'll call it Crackworth, has decided that it could keep its facilities open and therefore allow basketball games to continue when schools are not allowed to continue in the same place. So schools are not allowed to continue, but my son is allowed to have a basketball game, which means that by local authority standards, it is just fine for the game to have occurred, which puts me in a spot of I needed the math to be on my side. Now, if my ex had never shown up, if she had never shown, I'm seeing that I only have 3 minutes and that that chat is totally timing me. If my ex had never shown up, I would not have had enough plot points and I would have banned my son from going to the game. However, my ex did show up to get tested. I had her test results. Let me walk you through what happened and why you should fight to not go through what I just went through. Because this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be, but I don't have all the say. I am half the equation of my son's parentage, and I don't get to have all the final I get to have the final say in health, but I'm an honest person, as honest as I can be. So I told basically my ex, there is a legitimate dilemma. And the legitimate dilemma that anyone who's been following should know. And we're just gonna, I'm panning the camera down because I'm just like, I'm leaning way back and it just seems like the legitimate thing and anyone should know here is that if my ex had not shown up, he would not go to the basketball game because I calculated this stuff. In fact, you can calculate it for yourself. If you go to the CDC's website, you can see graphs, statistical deviations, where you fall in, like where the mean is, or median sometimes by the way the numbers have to be run, and where the, basically where the bell curve, which encapsulates for the first deviation that we care about the most, which encapsulates about 67% of the people who would be involved in this, what it means for them, and how to then extrapolate those numbers and use what you were supposed to learn in high school, because every person here, even if you passed high school with a GED, is supposed to know what I just did. But technically the CDC is not trusting anybody with math right now, so there's a good reason why they're not putting these things up there. See, if my ex had not shown up, statistically speaking, there is no way, after we talked about yesterday about the validity of rapid tests, there is no way I could have allowed my son anywhere near that gym. Full stop, end of discussion. Health talk is finished, because with just his and I plot points, with the CDC's recommendation being on average 5 days, because that's how long it is before the protein that will be left behind, the footprints of COVID will be left behind, not the virus itself. Again, we're looking basically for the shell that encapsulates the virus. So we're looking for the protein. It's an antigen test. Again, another thing that I really wish the CDC had really harped on, that these were antigen tests and that they were keeping the sample, they were shoving them so far up your nose, because if the antigen tests had anything to look sideways about, they were sending them off for proper PCR tests, which is the gold standard in testing in virology, basically because it's overly sensitive. And we can trust the idea that more likely than not, we would rather have a false, in science, when it comes to virology, we would rather have a false positive than a false negative. You think a gold standard of giving people false positives is bad? Well, think about this. Giving false negatives is even worse. It makes people think that they can go keep doing the stupid shit that they're doing. And if they keep doing that stupid shit, they're going to spread it around. And if they spread it around, more people get sick. And that is the problem with the rapid test, because they are under very strict guidelines of when you have to take that test for it to be at peak efficacy. Now, when we speak of that, I actually ran the numbers because I am not at peak efficacy when I got the test today, and neither was my son, because we are not at the 5 days. And by being at the 4 days, I took the numbers at which I was given by medical experts who have collected from sample sizes in the thousands, not just my own speculation because I decided to watch Fox fucking News and make a stupid ass decision because they like to, you know, publicize what gets them ad revenue instead of the news, you fuck faces. And if it was just my son and I, the problem with it not being day 5, being day 4, is that the efficacy of the test is too low. And that here's the idea for anyone who wants to delve into statistics and the fun world of how you can actually figure these things out. My son and I, assuming that my son did give it to me, and this is a big assumption, but it's not too big of an assumption given that when he goes to bed, he's almost 8 years old and he still sits in my lap. He's 4'5", 4'6". He still sits in my lap, listens to me read a story, and goes to bed. So it's not that hard to think that he had, and we roughhouse, and he sits right next to me and he cuddled up into me on Tuesday when he came into close contact that got him to be quarantined. So it's not a stretch of the imagination to believe that if he got it, I also got it. Statistically speaking, I did actually get it if he got it by my actions on Tuesday alone. And I ran the numbers, including the idea that the test I did receive today did have a 97% accuracy rate for detecting proteins, the antigen test for detecting the proteins. If the proteins even existed, people keep forgetting to read the damn footnotes. The proteins don't even have to exist. It's only 97% effective in finding shut up, watch, you don't know me. Even a minute of breathing helps creativity. I'm being creative as fuck here using some math on these bitches. What are you talking about, Siri? Shut the fuck up. No one needs you. So because yeah, I know, Chad. So I'm just saying that with everything that I did the math. And I did the math in the favor of the idea that the test is actually 97% correct, and or has a propensity to be 97% of the time correct. Is a better way of stating it, because that is the fallacy of like the idea of like, if I flip a coin and I get heads, people think, oh, next time it's going to be tails. No, it's still a 50-50 chance whether you get heads or tails, unless it's a weighted coin. Every time is a 50-50 chance. That's whatever. If we can assume both my son and I would be infected, but not long enough infected for it to be at the 5 days, and we put that and then take the percent chance that the test would be correct actually in detecting, and then ran it against the 97% efficacy of the test of detecting proteins that we're supposing are already there, the number that we get for my son and I to have actually not popped a false negative, and that it gave us a real result. Get this, if you really think those rapid tests are going to save your ass, not used properly and used spacing out if you're a worker that has to come out into the general public in a quite a fashion. It's meant for this is going to get to you. With both my son and I tested, the validity of the test, being able to say both of us you can suspect should be able to pop positive, but if we don't, it doesn't matter if we pop positive or not. The validity of the test is only 34.9% accurate when two people, and you assume both are infected when two people are tested, and you compare both of them as they had the same, they're both infected. So what's the likelihood? What is the likelihood that you will get accurate test results with either of them? Let me say that's how I did this statistics. It's an either or. I did not say it had to be Rowan and I that popped positive. I just had to say Rowan or I, and that's a big difference on how you do that math. So in that big difference on how you do that math, that one of us would actually get the test and the test results would be correct according to the CDC's numbers and recommendations for when you get tested. For Rowan or I to have it and the test be correct on day 4 is only a measly, and this is an additive, get it, an additive of us, the two of us, 34.9% accurate if it's only us two. Does that for anyone just blow them away right there, that it only has a third of a chance for being accurate? Now I'm going to actually discuss what that accuracy really means in just a second, because it was actually my ex showing up that raised that. Because when you up the test pool and it is a question in statistics that is an either or kind of question, it's either this one or it's this one or it's this one, it's this one. It doesn't, they're independent variables, and you're looking for the idea of any one of those variables occurring. So this isn't quite the same as calculating for the roll of a dice, because once you roll a 1, many times people will do this statistic wrong, and they'll calculate again for also rolling the 6. Well, that's all great and dandy, and you're on the right path, but we're pretending there are 3 different dice. And the idea is, if we're looking for the statistic of, will any one of those 3 die roll a 1 on the first try? What's the statistical probability that one of the 3 dice, it doesn't have to be all 3, it doesn't have to be 2, just one of the 3 dice will actually roll a 1 on the first toss of the dice? That's the kind of probability you have to look up for this kind of stuff. So even with me giving the benefit of the doubt, running the actual numbers from the CDC, the efficacy of the rapid test for my son and I getting tested was only 34.9% accurate, meaning that we had over a 60% chance that test proved nothing. And those are not odds you would like to screw with. However, my ex showed up and she got tested. And this is where we get a wrench in it, because you see, all three of us tested negative. However, if you would like to know the number on that one, it should surprise you too. 3 plot points are better than 2. Just like using 3 dice are better than using 2 dice when you calculate these things. You can't, you can assume that if you're looking to roll a 1 on your first try, that if you add a 3rd dice, you have better odds of doing so than if you had only 2 dice. Get it? Okay, I hope you're catching up with this, because her presence being there and getting tested actually put the efficacy of this test up instead to 76%. 76% chance that, assuming all 3 of us are actually infected with COVID, a 76% chance that one of the 3, I cannot stress this enough, a 76% chance that only one of the 3 of us will actually have a correct testing, which will show properly if we test positively, even if the other 2 are negative. Therefore, we can then extrapolate that the other 2 should be treated as if they are positive, because of the probability saying that if the one is, the group is type deal. Get it? Got it. Okay. Are we all on the same page with where the statistics are lying so far? All right, here's where this goes off kilter. There is a thing that maybe I didn't state clearly enough, and that is the could be part of this. That the test could be inaccurate. So there's a 76% chance that the efficacy of this test, it tested and the way it was supposed to. We got the results that it was supposed to. One out of 3 of us. Then you could say, and this is around, these are 2 rounded numbers, that you could say there's a 24% chance that it got it wrong, that all 3 of us could be infected, and there's almost a 1 in 4 chance that the rapid test got it wrong for all of us, because it's not a PCR test. It didn't go to replicate the actual virus and then being able to then being able to basically harvest the virus and being able to say, well, yep, since it's overly sensitive and that virus had to come from somewhere, it probably came from them, blah, blah, blah. Then that you would rather have a false positive. That's why false positives means people treat it seriously. False negatives are dangerous. This is why I'm reading you off all these statistics that you really have to delve into the CDC's website to actually start doing this math. People are really thinking that people are ignoring that the CDC is straight up telling you that if you get tested on day 1 of being encountered by somebody who was confirmed to have COVID, and you actually do for a fact contract it from them, even if you are able to start spreading it within the same day, you will, as a rough estimate, 100% of the time pop negative on a rapid test. And I need to re-bring that up from yesterday. 100% of the time, the test will get it wrong because it is looking for the proteins that go along as the shell to the RNA that's associated with the virus. So it doesn't have a chance to do that, but you have a chance to spread it already. Ipso facto delorum, it can be wrong. We know this. If we know it's wrong on day 1, 100% of the time, then we have to start looking at day 2. What's the chance? Day 3, day 4. That's exactly what I did with these numbers. That's where you're starting to find out why day 5 is so important. Day 5 is when you can start saying, as a statistical norm, that's when there should be footprints left behind, if you ever will find the footprints. Once again, this is a test that is 97% accurate in detecting something that doesn't necessarily have to be there. And in fact, rough estimates say that is upwards of 60% of the time it could possibly not be there if you look at the bad side of that statistical deviation. More like 40% of the time that you won't find the footprints in the first place. So there's no point of the test getting it right or wrong. The test was never even able to get the protein to test it against. Therefore, the test is useless for you. The PCR test is the way to go. Here's why I'm doing all this. I had a third plot point. So basically what I'm telling you is that I could say, and I actually asked my ex-wife, how much were you around Rowan? Because he came back to me on that Wednesday, and then he came back to me Thursday. He came back to me while she was at work on Wednesday, and he spent time with it. So he had less than 48 hours to try to infect her. So basically she would have basically had to cuddle with him or be with him and whatnot. And I questioned her. I was like, you gotta tell me honestly, were you that close? Like basically breathing the same air as him for over 15 minutes, like no ventilation. You didn't have the AC on, him up in his room, you off in the kitchen drinking probably. Did I say that out loud? Something like that? Maybe. And maybe I didn't, who knows? And she said, yes, most certainly I spent enough time around him to have caught it. The problem is that I told you that there is a 24% chance that the test was invalid. I did not tell you there is a 24% chance that I've got COVID. I told you with 3 different plot points on people that did not meet the 5-day mark that there is a 24% chance that the test means nothing. Not that we are negative. And that is where we get into trouble. This is where we get into trouble. This statistic right here that people don't understand. And this is where I got into trouble, because this gets into the subjective nature of, do we trust this number that I just threw out? Because I am a person that goes to the numbers, and I actually broke it down for my ex, and I actually sent her the long things I told you guys and everything like that. But I told her that my logic on this was that with her being a third plot point, even knowing that it's too early for the test, and that it's it's over 50% even with the standard deviation to be accurate on being able to pick up a trace amount of the antigen or protein that causes or goes along with the coronavirus. I want to use both words that I'm basically being repetitive in my statement to her. so that if she goes to look it up, she'll find what she needs to find. So it'll sound repetitive to anybody. Like Jeffrey will sit here and like probably crucify the idea that I said antigen or the protein that causes or goes along with the coronavirus. That is a sentence you never want to hear out of anybody in biology ever, ever, ever. That sounds stupid. That's a stupid sentence. But you know what? You got to talk to your audience and you got to get your point across. So here is that I said, I figured with all three of us taking the test and all of us being in proximity of being exposed, if all three pop negative, the standard deviation and the statistical probabilities say would say that most likely none of us had a false that two of us could have had a false negative, but one of us would have still popped positive. Or rather, the likelihood that there could be someone positive among us, but yet not pop positive, would be incredibly low. But by incredibly low, I meant there is 1/4 of a chance. That incredibly low statistic was 25 cents out of $1. Now, let me ask you this. I like putting these things in perspective for people who really don't get. Like, when it sounds like a 24% chance that this could be wrong, and you're like, well, it's probably accurate then. Let me ask you this. I mean, 24% chance. If you knew right now you had a 24% chance of winning the lottery, would you go buy a lottery ticket? If you thought you had a 24% chance this morning of getting in a serious major car accident that would kill you and somebody you love, would you get in the car that day? If you had a 24% chance of being able to do something that no one else has done and create the vaccine in your own bathroom, would you give it a shot? Or let's put it in terms that everyone understands. Money. Let's round it to 25. If you were working a job and you got a 25-cent pay decrease, would you kind of bitch about it a little bit? Would you bitch about it a little bit? Or would you like that 20, because 25 cents is out of $1 is part of a dollar. Like you found out, like, out of your dollar's worth of pay for a chunk of your pay, portion of your pay, we're just going to cut out a fourth of it. Would you be okay with that? Like, just getting that, would that just, would you be okay with it? See, it matters once you still had, it matters when you actually start putting this in terms that people care about. Like, a 24% chance of winning the lottery, people would think is astounding odds. You tell somebody it's a 24% chance that the testing was wrong, and they think that they have the liberty to go around not wearing a mask and thinking that they're just fine. Isn't this fucking stupid when I say it like this? It really is. It's pretty stupid. For anyone watching, this should sound really stupid. You would run out the door to get the damn lottery ticket if you thought you had a 24% chance of winning the lottery. But I tell you that you have a 24% chance of the test being wrong, and actually that, or like, you know, rather a 76% chance that it got it right. But I'm telling you, there's a 24% chance that you are still sick, and you're like, fuck it, it's just a worldwide pandemic that's killing more people than anything else. I'm gonna go out the door without a mask on and say hi to everyone with a hearty handshake, a big bear hug, and some other shit. Like, isn't that stupid? It's stupid. It's just straight up stupid. Good night, PageBot. I saw that in the background. And by the way, thank you, Alex Croft. I see that over there. I undid. We
would like to buy one child, please.
One child has been bought. I feel like in the arms of the angel with that away from here. So. I'm gonna take out my glasses to show you how mentally exhausted I am from today and why you do not do what I just did. You see, the CDC is giving recommendations for a reason. They are not here to suppress your rights. In fact, if you think that they can suppress your rights, you're a goddamn moron. You see, the CDC actually can't enforce jack shit. Did everyone here realize that the CDC can't enforce shit? They are there to study things. There's no incentivization for them to actually put out wrong information on purpose. They don't have some police squad like you see in movies where it's like, you've been compromised, and they come and they pick you up, and it's like come with us quietly and no one has to get. That doesn't freaking happen. The CDC can't enforce this per se. It's up to government regulation to kind of be like, well, the science says this, so we should act accordingly. The CDC doesn't have some police force to come arrest you because you're being an idiot. Now, if you want to commit bioterrorism by knowing that you actually have active COVID and go spread it somewhere, that is a federal crime, and that's a felony. You say goodbye to your life as you know it. So why am I saying all this? Because you're talking to a guy that still just took his temperature right before the stream started and still has a fever. You're talking to a guy who his son refuses to take off. My son refuses to take off at least his gaiter. He is asleep with it on right now in case he has to get up and go to the bathroom. Even my son understood that when a woman came to our car and said, "You haven't had it long enough, come back in 2 days to get tested," even the PCR might not be accurate for you at this time, which made me have to come home and check her work. And she is right. The 5-day mark is not just about the nasal swab. The PCR can actually get it wrong. It is hypersensitive, but it does have a chance to get it wrong. What's this chance of it actually getting it wrong? Less than 10%. Would I like to deal with less than 10%, or would I like to wait 2 days, as the woman came to my car and told me to come back in 2 days after I've had the proper incubation time of it in my body, quarantine like I'm supposed to, and then get the PCR as a follow-up, both my son and I. Yeah, I'm probably gonna want to go that way, because I'm not gonna waste the supplies on a PCR test that even has a chance of being 10% inaccurate. Like 10% chance of being inaccurate. That's a waste. That's a goddamn waste. If you know that instead that the PCR test is the gold standard for being hypersensitive, you want to give it every chance to be able to pop positive. You don't want to waste the damn test and then really think that you're in the clear when you're really not in the clear. All of these things have been invading my brain, because then I had to deal with the idea that my freaking ex asked me after all of that, when she said that I gave her the numbers, I tried the best I could, I tried to spell it out for her, and she said, "So what are you thinking about basketball?" Now I'm torn, and I'm telling you, do not repeat my mistakes here, because I believe I did make a mistake in the grand scheme of things if you take what I did out of context. I am nothing special other than somebody who's willing to do the math. And the only argument I will make in my defense is to say that the CDC's recommendations are for the general populace who will basically look at the cliff notes and go on with their life. For people who won't actually read the studies. For people who take life for granted at this point, since statistically speaking, if you take the past few weeks as a handful of what's indicative of what's going to happen until we get it under control, it is the deadliest thing in the United States. The deadliest thing in the United States. If you, instead of you trying to, because last year it was in the top 3, and it was vying for the number 2 spot, and it didn't even need statistics from January and February to get that number 3 spot. This thing is deadly. And on top of that, here's another statistic for all you dumbasses who really think that it's only a 1% mortality rate. Get this. There is over a 20% chance that if you get it, you will have long-term permanent inabilities or disabilities because you caught it. So guess what? You could be in perfect health and never be one of the people that die. You still have a 1 in 5 shot of having a neurological or physical disability. Because I can only put it as disability. By the numbers I am literally going by that the CDC will share with you, we are talking about people who are having permanent heart and lung damage. Permanent, get this. If you got it and you only got mild symptoms, there's still a 1 in 5 chance that months from now, years from now, you're gonna have neurological damage that you're gonna have to deal with for the rest of your fucking life. but you didn't die, so I guess it doesn't make it newsworthy that we shouldn't actually tell people that catching it in the first place is a thing. I don't know. Maybe you should take it from the guy who's missing a sixth of his lungs, a third of his right lung, no longer existing, but I caught it and I didn't die. So I guess you know, no big deal that I'm actually having to basically go through a rehabilitation process because I can't, my heart tries to beat too fast because I'm not getting enough fucking oxygen unless I'm resting, because it doesn't know how to deal yet with the idea that I have dead lung in my body. Not dead, it's basically, it's just blocked off lung, but it is as good as dead. I just lung that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Do I get to file for disability and get a nice little tag that lets me park at the front of the freaking supermarket? No, I don't get that tag. Is it really, are there people who only have half their lung that are professional athletes? Yes, there are. Is it really fucking annoying to realize that your heart rate is spiking above 160? And by the way, for someone who's actually in shape, somebody like me, if your heart rate goes above 160 to the 200 range of your heart rate is called, you need to calm your ass down. You're in the range that you can start having an arrhythmia that could lead to something like cardiac arrest. You're actually taxing your heart a little too much. Back the fuck up. And for everyone here alive, if your heart rate goes over 200, you are in danger of a heart attack. Into discussion, that cardiac arrest right there. So for the guy who was bitching about not being able to run a faster mile than 99% of the people that are showing up to my stream, not being able to run a normal jogging pace or even use a scooter to be able to keep up with my son at the park without his heart rate going too high, trust me, it doesn't have to kill you to knock you on your ass semi-permanently. And guess what? We don't even know if that's the neurological parts of it, because remember the 2 days that I had where I said mental fog was back? It's not the only 2 days that have happened. Do we know that there are people who basically have relapses of mental fog? Yeah, we do. They're few and far between. Are you looking at somebody who might have that? I don't fucking know. This thing hasn't been around for long enough. SARS has been around for long enough and we've been able to study that. I don't know why more people don't look at SARS when this is literally SARS. But you know, SARS proved that you can have neurological damage permanently to cognitive functions. Like, I don't know, people who are having permanent damage to cognitive functions right here and now during this pandemic. So anyway, yeah, you don't have to die for this thing to freaking stuck. You don't have to die for this to suck. And on top of that, I just saw a mask thing. We now have evidence that wearing a mask is not just beneficial to the people around you, it's also beneficial to you. That basically particulate can get caught on this and either die to exposure from elements, from wind passing through your kerchief or your scarf or your face mask or your whatever you're using, that the fabric, thin, thick, 3-ply, whatever, has a chance to catch the particulate from when another person is even speaking. Let me also get this straight. You respiring is enough to cause the 6 feet. They don't have to speak. You breathing is enough to propel COVID-19 up to 6 feet away from you. The reason this 6-foot rule is there with a mask is because standard deviation tells us that it can go beyond 6 feet. But if you're wearing a mask, you're actually slowing the particulate down that is most dangerous to what we have seen, even in a standard deviation, a maximum of 6 feet in a radius around you. And let me just 6 feet radius around you. Let me really stress 6 foot radius around you. That you might just be breathing this way, but that doesn't mean that a little breeze did not just quaff it behind you. It's just, you can turn your head for a second. Just speaking can make it go far enough to infect somebody else. So wearing a mask behooves you when you, I don't know, want to just talk with a friend in person. If you really care about yourself and your friend, unless you can guarantee that you both are. Breathing can do this. It doesn't take a cough or a sneeze. So let's get back to why you shouldn't do what I did, but I didn't have necessarily much of a choice. And I'm going to lean on the idea that I didn't have a choice, but I did have a choice, but I wasn't going to do it. And there's a good reason for it. My ex asked me, what am I thinking about basketball? You know what I told her I was thinking about basketball? The numbers. I told her that I was thinking about the numbers. The numbers were what I was thinking about. I am a man that likes to believe I'm a man of science. Like I appreciate people critiquing. Somebody that I said yesterday, telling off basically people for wearing proper PPE is spreading false information by pointing to the level 4 Wuhan lab, which that lab is a level 4 lab. For people who don't know what a level 4 lab is, there's no reason for you to have known in the first place. The reason I didn't retort to this person is because they one, acted very polite when I told them don't spread ignorance around, and they still acted politely. And second, they said they worked in a level 3. I'm not buying that for 1 second, because I literally showed you guys yesterday what we equipped with frontline workers and tested over and over in sterile conditions to show that the P100 filter with the 3M half mask, as long as they're using a face guard, still is as effective as the full mask, because the problem is just leaving your eyes exposed. If you have a proper seal with the 3M mask, what's going to happen is that the P100, so people probably don't even know what P100 stands for, because you hear about N95 being the bare minimum. You hear about it all the time. Why is N95 the bare minimum, but P100? Does the 95 make the difference? Does the N or the P make the difference? Let me clear it up for you really quickly. That P means oils that can actually be secreted from your skin, but also oils that can come right out your fucking mouth. That basically means organic material. It is an N95 mask. Basically, the second it gets hit by any organic material that has any viscosity to it that can be measured in any way, shape, or form. And guess what? When I talk about viscosity being able to be measured, we're talking about the idea of a lot of things can be measured that way. As in, if you actually measure glass as not a moment in time, but as a time of 1,000 years, glass is a liquid. That's why it keeps drooping. It moves, but in any given state of time, glass is a solid. In a time span, glass is a liquid. Physics is really fucking fun, and you guys should have stayed awake for it if you didn't. If you did stay awake for it, then thank you very much. And Jeffrey and others, I'm not including you in it because I know this is basically your job to teach this to other people who won't fucking learn this kind of shit. But like, yeah. So this is the thing. The P100 mask that I had, the 100 rating is the rating for how well it is basically being a filter for the way it is. If you have a proper face seal, a seal of the mask to your face, the filters are properly installed, and the mask is properly functioning and working. The P is saying that it's oil resistant. The P means that mask, unlike the N series mask, and this is NIOSH standards that are gone by OSHA standards, that are gone by PPE experts that are sitting here and going and saying this is what you need to be. PPE experts that are making sure that people who are equipped with PPE are properly equipped to give them the best chance of not contracting it themselves while they work with sick patients. And somebody decided to go in my comment section and say that if that mask doesn't work on people in Wuhan, then the mask won't work on me, to which I said, don't spread ignorance. And they said, they're just spreading information. They work in a level 3 lab, to which I have to say, I'm not going to comment again on that. But what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? You should know better then. If you're in a level 3 lab, you should know what the fuck the standards are for all the masks, and why the hell that you are making utter and complete nonsense. We even know the strain of SARS is in many ways bigger than other strains of SARS. If this same mask actually was effective and showed its efficacy against SARS in 2002 and 2003 with frontline workers trying to contain it in China, I guarantee that a strain of it that, while being more contagious because of its different properties, also actually by its RNA strand is larger, and therefore the weight is actually what's bringing it down and making it not travel as far as the flu, given that given all those things, I'm gonna put an educated guess to say that you should know better, that a P100 filter is actually going to protect you. Now, someone else did bring up a good point as saying that the biggest way that kids give it to you is giving it in the eyes, and I guess I didn't make it very clear in the community post that I made. I didn't make it very clear that I was actually wearing that mask and isolating myself away from my son. So when I would go and talk with my son, it would be he's wearing a mask, I'm wearing that mask, I have it covered up, the vent covered up, he's wearing his mask so he's not transmitting as easily. We're basically meeting in the hallway. I'm doing things for him in the kitchen, but I got the Lysol ready to go to be able for any surface he touches. I wipe everything down, do it for him, wipe it down again, give it to him, wash my hands, go back in the bedroom. I wasn't actually getting to hang out with my son. I was having to stay in a different room than my son yesterday. So yes, I see the validity of how you critique the idea that I wasn't actually wearing eye protection, but I will counter you with the idea of the eye protection is only really needed if I wasn't taking the proper steps and I was touching my eyes. So there's that. With all of this said, because this is day 2 of this damn rant, is that I told her I can just tell her the math. And let me just read this out loud to you. Like, let me read how I tried to articulate this to you about how to warn somebody that maybe as being head of extracurricular, they should think otherwise about what's going on with their son. Let me just read word for word, because I actually wrote it and I thought that maybe I should tell her what I'm thinking about basketball. Let me say, let me say it in my definitely I was speaking with a COVID idiot, but I'm not going to use that voice. I'll just go ahead and bring it down a little bit so it sounds in my ears more like my natural voice, the way I speak if I was on the phone, actually speaking with Mel or anyone else. So let me go ahead and just bring it down a notch for everyone and go ahead and do this. This is what I wrote word for word. Now, tell me where in this that you get the idea that basketball is still on the table if you're a general person that's in my community, but I can get it. A general person in my community is not like my ex-wife. You guys are still here and she's gone. So there's a difference there. You guys are still listening to what I'm saying and possibly agreeing with what I'm saying, and my ex doesn't agree. So there's a big difference between the two of you. But let me read what I sent her and tell me why this did not immediately convince her. I can tell you the math first. The probability of, assuming Rowan came into contact with the kid Tuesday, and that we both were with Rowan on Tuesday, that the test is accurate for at least one of us is 76%. That is to say that the percent chance that at least one person was positive, even if the other two were false negatives. If we assume all three of us would have it if Rowan had it, that number stands. Now you're about to see why I don't want to answer that, and what I didn't want to answer was what I was thinking about basketball. You're about to see why I don't want to answer that question without another 5 minutes to just think. Simply assuming any single one of us truly doesn't have it, but the other two do have it, and that we're statistically taking the test a little too early, then our pooled results has to throw one of us out and drops the probability we actually could be confident in the results to 34.9%, as if it were only two people. 76% confidence if we assume we all have it. 34.9% if only two of the three of us have it. I said, for once, it comes down to you. He sits in my lap as I read to him. He was all over me on Tuesday before he went to you. He came back to me on Wednesday for that. Can you say on Tuesday night, Wednesday, and Thursday that you basically had him on you or near you without circulation of air or changing of circumstances for at least 15 minutes, almost assuring he'd pass it on? If you can, 76% chance taking the test early changes nothing, and basketball is statistically in your favor.
If you have any doubts about if you maintained enough space or kept up circulation in any vehicle or room and might not have gotten it from him, the validity of those tests were only 34.9% accurate as a group, which is more than enough reason to keep him from basketball. And again, these are statistics of one of us a true positive, while we're assuming all three of us in one case actually have it, but two pop negative, because this is a damn fickle test. And in the other case is I'm posing the question to her, is she confident she basically made enough contact with her son to guarantee we shouldn't assume that this test is only going to be 34.9% effective in at least warning us that one of us has COVID, because we would have to throw out the third dice if we're going back to that. Only two are in play type deal. So I said, so I guess it depends on you, statistically speaking. I follow numbers. So both make me a little uncomfortable, to say the least, but 76% validity is at least better than 34.9%.
I don't see how that necessarily. I don't. Can so this is what I'm asking now the chat to talk to me, because I have been just kind of ranting. Chat, can you talk to me? In when I lay it out like that, how many of you guys would even start trying to put the chance of whether you caught it anymore? How many of you guys would just immediately go, we shouldn't risk it? Like, how many of you guys, if I laid it out like that for you, statistically speaking, would you then put your child and everyone that your child comes into contact with at risk if I were to give you those numbers? Would you do it? I'm not going to crucify you. This is one time I wouldn't. But with the way I worded it, would you take the chance? Would you take the chance? I will not crucify you for saying yes. Because the risk that's really being taken is the idea that with these numbers that I presented her, the risk is in fact, Gail, there's a reason that I have to hashtag you, and I completely brain farted. Your name. Did you send something? I think you sent something to me. I'm not sure. What did you do? I can't remember. Anyway, I just saw that name, but like, you can say yes, because like, I'm looking for literally someone to say they would risk it, to ask them why. I want to hear, not like, I just want someone, I'm literally actually looking for someone to say, yes, they would risk it, and this is why. All right, so I'm seeing the first answer that to me, that makes sense. With kids involved, not likely. Just me, probably. Okay, that I'm starting to see that kind of logic. Basically, you're kind of saying the idea of you can control yourself, you can't control kids. So, you have not said anything yet. There's a reason. I swear to God that your name came up like last stream. Maybe I don't know why. I just, your name, it's either that or you said something incredibly smart on my community post. It's one of the two, because those are the two things that I've read lately. So Gary, you have it, so no. I see Steve N. I actually, yeah, you do remember, Chad. I don't remember why either. It looks like you just said probably the community vomit. That's what it looks like you said. Oh, life has hurdles. Oh yeah, that is the best analogy that we've had. Don't skip leg day. Oh, the leg day comment. Oh yeah, you get mad props for that, Gail. You got mad props for that comment. We talked about you yesterday. No, I'm seeing. Okay, so let's take Steven's. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steven. With kids involved, not likely. Just me, probably. So what you're saying with those statistics, that if I were to be able to give you a probability that there's a 76% chance that your test results were correct, and there are not kids involved, that I'm either going to have to make the assumption that you're saying that you would take precautions on the off chance, but you can control yourself and make sure that you do the proper things to make sure that on the off chance you wouldn't spread it. But if a kid's involved, especially if it's especially other kids, not even just you, it's the second kids get involved, not only are they unpredictable and can give it to parents and everything and spread it like wildfire, but like even if it was your own kid, you wouldn't be able to. You can only control yourself. Am I getting close to some of the logic that might be there? Like, basically, you can control yourself, so that kind of probability is good enough for you because you can take the proper precautions being out in public. Am I extrapolating properly what that might mean? Please do correct me if I'm wrong, if I went wrong, because I'm basically speaking for you. And that's very wrong of me to do, but it's really hard to kind of talk in this kind of situation. Like have a conversation and all that jazz. I haven't something like that. I'm less concerned about myself as well. Okay, you'd be less concerned too. So it would alleviate concerns enough that you wouldn't be as concerned for yourself either. But still, the idea of children being involved is more or less the idea that the second children get involved, you don't want the you don't want the idea that, you know, basically your actions now can massively affect a group that will be playing basketball in this case, that your actions now affect that group and their parents and all that kind of stuff. It's more like an idea of, like, with those kind of statistics, if you're trying to risk the idea of the grocery store, you'd still take that risk and you'd wear your mask and you'd do everything else, but you're not as concerned for yourself. So you're gonna wear the mask and you're gonna, you know, stay but you know, it's at least enough of an assurance that you think you can go shopping without any big deal. But if you knew that all of a sudden your shopping mall was overrun with like a bajillion kids with their parents, you'd be like, you know what, I'll go shopping tomorrow. That kind of thing. Am I getting that right? Because it's not, you'd feel it would alleviate enough concerns. Is that more, am I narrowing it down, the assessment, a little bit more? Kind of like, is that kind of closer to the assessment? Yeah, no, I would not want my nieces and nephews out there in the crowd. So, okay. So we're getting down to the crux of, is there anyone else that would actually say yes to that they would actually take that chance, that I could only give you a 76% chance? Given though that I might actually only be able to give you a 34.9% chance that the test was accurate, and I didn't even pose that question because I figured every person here would say, if I told you that, well, I just tested you for COVID-19, but I can only be 34.9% confident in the results of this test. In fact, this test might be completely invalid, and there's almost a 2/3 chance that this test means fucking nothing. So like, I didn't ask that one. I basically asked if you had a 3/4 chance of not, so is there anyone else? How are you cheated, GJD? No, the poll about ranting would not have been better before the long rant, only for one reason. Because if you guys really want that, then I will give the stream enough time to support the stream to keep going. But what I'll do is I'll nix the clock off. That clock I'll nix it down to like, the first thing I'll do is nix it to 5 minutes. And while I take the poll, and then I'll give you guys a chance to speak up again about nixing more time. But this is something that I knew would turn into a discussion. So I didn't want to take that poll result yet because I didn't want you guys to just shut me down during this. I knew this could possibly turn into a discussion. Is there anybody else here of the 70-some? Is there anybody else here that I'm doing as best as I can? I still have a fever. I'm doing what I can. I'm taking precautions to protect the people around me. You see that I still have on my gator, and my son is asleep with his. I'll get into bragging on my son in just a second here, because my son is actually more responsible than most adults I know right now. My son is absolutely more considerate and responsible than the vast majority of adults that I know this very second in my life. More considerate, more compassionate with by his actions alone. But I don't know how I'm doing. I'm still running a fever, and my body hurts. But I was just throwing up, so that maybe that's why my body was hurting, this left part of my face. Okay, so I'm gonna take this as to say that I'm gonna take this. Yeah, the picture. I wanted to show people the actual precaution it takes. Like I purposefully. Oh, I'm gonna unpause it for a second. There's one more. Everyone hashtag Chad. Oh,
We would like to buy one child, please.
Chad said for the talk. Everybody hashtag Chad. Thank you. You guys swear that you will show up to me actually just talking. I never need to touch a game. So I guess I'm actually putting it to the test once again for 2 nights in a row here. That I'm putting to the test whether people will actually show up to me talking. Type deal. All right. Oh yeah, I lost part of my lung. I know, it's no joke. I put up that picture to show you guys how seriously I was taking it. Wearing that mask, I bought those. I bought the M3 mask. I did 3M mask, which are proper masks to use in a situation like this with the proper seal. I didn't buy a full face mask because I wanted to say I didn't feel morally right buying a full face mask. That is actually needed by people who are stripped in full PPE, going from room to room with people who are being treated still on football fields. Because did everyone forget that we're still renting freezer trucks in Georgia and and New York? That we're still renting freezer trucks to keep our dead in because people are dying that fast. That you are having a very hard time of getting an emergency room right now. Did people forget all of that? I don't know if people forgot that, but let me just remind you that the reason I got a half mask was strictly for that reason. And so I got a half mask, not to take away a full-blown mask, knowing that I'm still leaving my eyes at risk. I got my filters, and the first package of filters I got were actually the ones that had just expired the month previous. Now, by standards, that the expiration is actually based on what's inside the mask, specifically the components that are basically carbon based that will help filter things out. Carbon depreciates in its ability to basically be active, but it doesn't depreciate fast enough to make it so that the mask wouldn't work. Now, the second set of masks I got were after all of the frontline workers got what they needed, and I went ahead and saw that there was an outlet that wasn't a medical outlet. It was meant for civilians to be able to pick up P100 masks. There are plenty of people who still do welding. There are plenty of people who still do painting. There are plenty of people who still need to be able to have organic vapors blocked out. Anything that has particulate, that has a viscosity that is not a stone, that has anything that basically is oil based, something like that. So I picked up a set of those that are not out of date, and I wanted to show everyone what it really looks like, what you have to wear to actually say, I can breathe the same air as somebody else that's got it and not get it. That's what it looks like. So if you think your mask is just going to make it so you can walk all willy-nilly, you're really pretty damn wrong. I even half-assed it with a half mask. So if you want to check that community post right now, not having eye protection on was me having a stumbling block in what I did. That is what it really looks like. And that approach, I'm glad Pockets pointed out that I used my gaiter to cover the vent to slow down my own breath breathing out of it, because it wasn't protecting people around me. It was just protecting me from getting it. So by putting this up, I was then going ahead and doing my duty to protect the idea, because there's always the idea possible that I actually do just have a cold and my son has COVID. The last thing I want to happen is to give my son influenza after he's got COVID. vice versa, if I've got a cold and he's got COVID, the last thing I want to happen is to get COVID while I have the flu, because I felt like shit for about 3 days now and had a fever for as long. And I'm pausing alerts once again real quick so I can take a sip of this.
Hold on! I have an idea, and I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
15 minutes, ...
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
And everyone, hashtag Julio, thank you. So, okay. Thank you guys so much. I said 15 minutes. ... Yeah, I really needed to have stuck to that ... I know. Congratulations, Brandon, on getting the Resident Evil 2. Following the, okay, let's get back on track for a second. So we've now tried to show what it would look like. And you know what? I see the logic of what Steven said. I saw the logic. Basically, it's kind of like, if children are involved and there are people that have to take those children home, don't risk it. But if like you get those kind of statistics, you can take just preliminary precautions and kind of have a 3/4 chance of knowing that, like, hey, I can just go ahead and keep living my normal life as long as I'm not showing any symptoms. For me, that's not an option. But I'm starting to see, okay, let me continue actually reading what transpired and then tell you guys why do not do what I did, but my hand was partly forced. I'm going to stick to that. It won't lessen any of the guilt if anyone gets hurt because of what I could have turned into a fight. Because I could have fought it. I could have fought like hell. I just don't have the legal standing to fight it, which is when you get into the legal gray area of what is doing the right thing and what is obstructing and what is parental alienation. Because when you start a fight basically over two different ideologies and you already know that numbers are against you, you're getting into the territory of a fight that's with somebody else. You want to keep civil because parental alienation is no joke, and it comes in many different forms. DFAX will tell you it comes in so many goddamn different forms because they see it all the damn time, done in various different ways of how you can alienate one parent from another simply by saying bad things about them that they have no business knowing, or for, I don't know, example, shoving down their throat your version of science and saying mommy is wrong and doing a whole fight above it, therefore making it so that, you know, the child is more likely to venture to you with all the facts and not trust mommy and what she says. Because of that, it can be, so I have reasons and everything. Deep breath as I play one more.
So, can I help you?
No, but maybe I can help you.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
Thank you for caring and educating us all. That's more than I can say for most other YouTubers. I'm much appreciated.
Everyone hashtag soul bad guy. I'm doing my best to just be transparent, and if I make a mistake, here's how I view it, right? I have a platform. It's a small platform. But if I'm transparent and then make a mistake, I'm giving you guys the chance to not make the same mistake. And on top of that, I'm admitting mistakes I've made so that you cannot do what I did. I don't understand how other YouTubers don't do this. What does it hurt them? That they look human? That they have to take time out of their day to address world issues? Do they really get on their streams and in their videos and pretend that people aren't dying by the thousands per day right now in the US? Can they really jump on their stream and be like, oh, yesterday we had over 4,300 people die in one day to something that is extremely deadly. I'm just gonna do my shit like usual and jump on a stream and pretend it didn't happen. I don't understand how they can't take a moment out and just have a conversation with their own community and see if everybody is kind of seeing what's going on and just kind of take the temperature. See if we got to lower the temperature, or if we got to, you know, see if we're in the wrong pool in general. This should be the responsibility of anybody who has chosen to put themselves in front of any kind of public spotlight. It doesn't matter if that public spotlight is that you're a Lance Corporal and no one gives a shit that you should be treated like you already are an NCO, but you're a junior NCO, so you're not gonna be treated that way quite yet. Wait for your E4 buddy. It doesn't matter if you're even from that person to somebody to that's in a political power, to your teacher, to anyone. If you've got an audience, you have a responsibility to basically, at the very least, encourage that audience to look out for themselves. Because at the end of the day, what does that say about a person who doesn't? It just means they're selfish. It means that they had the chance to say, you know what? Everyone should go read the CDC's website. Everyone should actually go research the facts for themselves. Stop listening to the news. The news doesn't give you all the facts. You know what? The CDC isn't here to actually be a police force or to obstruct your rights. They aren't the justice. They're not the courts. They're not the president. They're not Congress. If you're across the seas, they're not parliament. They're not things like that. They're not all of these things. They're an advisory board at its basic analysis. They're just for YouTubers to come forward and say, you know what? I have 1 million subscribers. By sheer default of me having 1 million subscribers, this is why I just find it irresponsible. By sheer default of me having 1 million subscribers, I have had in my community 10,000 people die. Does it make it sound like I'm not being all like right and doing like the right thing and everything like that? Like, does it sound like instead of I'm not? When I put it that way, it's not about me caring. It's about them just not caring. It's not. I'm doing the basic minimum for choosing to put myself in front of a camera. If they have, just statistically speaking, if someone has 1 million subscribers and is not doing these kind of talks of saying, go look at the CDC, run the numbers yourself, see the tests you're putting yourself in, see the situations you're putting yourself through, and if they have 1 million subscribers, statistically speaking, they've got 10,000 dead bodies on their subscriber count right now, with another, and this is being conservative, 60,000 people who are permanently disabled as me literally doing a rough estimate of just in general their populace is probably much more than that, actually, that are permanently disabled. When I put it that way, that they've got 10,000 people dead in their community and 60,000 others who are permanently disabled for just catching the damn virus, does it sound like I'm being responsible, or does it simply sound like I'm doing what should be the norm and they're irresponsible for not saying that these are the kind of moral conflicts you should have? You should be engrossed in wanting to read what the medical science is saying about this. You should be invested in looking at the CDC's website, for checking the cliff notes. You guys saw months ago how freaking pissed off I was. I was so damn pissed that the CDC wasn't citing their sources for peer review amongst the rest of us mere mortals. We need that. We need transparency, because while some dumb fucks will always go for the validity bias of just picking the study that proves their points and forgetting the other 30 studies that say that study was wrong and you're a dumb fuck, kind of like Fox News once again. God damn it. How do you ever start promoting chloroquine off of a study based on 20 people who weren't randomized but were all selected for actually already having bad symptoms with third variables attached to it that we know can harm you? How do you take a study of a test pool of 20 people who are already tainted by not having a good variance and were handpicked, and you take it to say chloroquine can actually, what the fuck is wrong? It's not, I am no fucking saint or anything like that, or doing anything for the I'm just doing what's right by the fact that I turn my goddamn camera on and that I have something to say that anyone who's willing to listen, you can listen and you can hear where I think I made a mistake today, and you can hear all the science that led up to that mistake. You can be interested in the science. You can double check my numbers right now. I am estimating that myself, Mel, and Rowan were all exposed and possibly infected on Tuesday by my numbers. So if you want to go fact check my ass and go through the CDC's websites and see if my statistics were within the realm of a good standard deviation, or you could understand that I was close, but I might have rounded. If you want to fact check my ass, go ahead. You can do it. I'm giving you the information to go do it. I'm not just shoving facts down your throat. I'm telling you where to find the goddamn facts and telling you, go study. Your life literally depends on it. Isn't it weird that I have to tell people your life can depend on the fact that you took some goddamn time out of your life to read a simple fucking website whose only purpose is to disseminate the information that they're slaving over that benefits them none other than giving the community as a whole, the world community, a good perspective on what we're dealing with. Isn't that stupid? Is that stupid? It's stupid that people don't do that. But what I'm doing right here, fact check my ass. Go off, fact check me. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I will make a stream of me admitting times that I was wrong when I talk about COVID, if I need to, just to let you guys know that I'm not afraid of being wrong. I actually enjoy being wrong. You know what that wrong means? I'm not finished learning. I skipped over something. I missed it. I need to go back to the books. I've got more to put under my belt, and it gives me a zest, a gumption, a vim and vigor to go and pounce upon the information for which I might have skimmed over. I want to be wrong sometimes, because sometimes these numbers are god-awful scary. I don't want them to be right. I don't like the idea that any person you're subscribed to that has 1 million subscribers has at least 10,000 people dead. I don't like that number. I don't like it at all. I don't like the rough estimate I threw out to you that they got another 60,000 people permanently disabled. I don't like it. It's not fun. These aren't fun facts. Please prove me wrong. And I'm telling you where to go get your information. And don't just get the cliff notes. Go down and actually get the damn CSV sheets. Get your Excel sheets that they put out there. Get the studies. Get the numbers. Run them yourself. And then come back at me and say, I proved your ass wrong. And I will get on this stream and said, yeah, you did. And I was wrong. And I need to do more studying. Like, I will do that because that's part of my obligation for putting this out there in the first place, to admit when I'm wrong. And I'm about to admit to you that I'm wrong on something. Do I still believe I was wrong? Do I believe I was wrong on letting my son go to Florida? I regret it, but I don't believe I was wrong. Statistically speaking, if my ex would just, I did the right thing. I struck a compromise. I don't think I necessarily in the long run think I did something wrong. When I caught COVID back in July, it was because I allowed my son, I could have stopped my son from going to Florida the weekend after July 4th. I could have stopped him from going to the beach with my ex and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's daughter. I could have stopped all that. But she promised that they would be ordering in food. They wouldn't be playing with other families. They wouldn't be doing this. They wouldn't be going into the stores, especially that the Florida was a hot spot. They promised all this. And my numbers told me overwhelmingly that the chances of them taking those precautions and then also getting COVID were infinitesimally low. And so I agreed with the stipulation that it can be really goddamn low. However, my son is going to quarantine with me for 2 weeks straight after he gets back. Guess what? He got it and gave it to me. I can't, my math was correct. And my logic was my son deserves to be able to have some semblance of a normal life. And what did I do? I took responsibility for my fucking actions. I locked myself up in my own house for 2 weeks. And I started vlogs that said day 1, where I really thought it was just gonna be a boring 2 weeks. And by day 4, I'm ending the stream with 103-degree fever. That's when it's no joke. This shit is serious. When all of a sudden this vlog that I did, all these videos, and I'm not on day 60 and I'm still coughing up blood and I'm still having to go and get emergency services in the first week of September because my lung died off on the right side. It's serious shit. And so, like, do I think that was a mistake? No, because I took personal responsibility for my decision, my actions. I could have stopped it. I didn't. So I put it on me. No one else was going to get sick because of my decisions. I was going to get sick. I was going to be the one to get hurt for me making the wrong call. And you know what? The call wasn't necessarily wrong, but I did the right thing, and I don't regret it because I did the right thing in the end. I came up with a compromise that hurt me and me alone. And that was my goal. The idea that I put it on me if I'm willing to make the dumb decision to send my son to have a semblance of normalcy in a hot spot where it's considered at that time in July the epicenter of COVID, but going to the beach and giving all the stipulations to my ex of like, if I let him go to the beach, no interacting with other families, no going into stores, you're always ordering to the hotel, you're always in proper circulation. I put it on myself. So let me continue on with this because I do not see, I should have unpaused this. I will unpause this in just a second. But like, I don't see this as an educating everybody as a, like, you know, I see it more like as a civic duty, as if a judge is ordering it by saying, hey, you have over 10,000 subscribers. We order you to actually go ahead and give this talk. You want to know the reality about my own channel? You want to know the real sad reality about my own channel real quick? Have you guys thought about the idea that by my subscriber count alone, we can roughly estimate that 700 people have died that are subscribed to this channel because of COVID? Does it sound like these talks are all that frivolous anymore when even in a small community, roughly estimating about 700 people should be dead? They could have been shields and I never heard of why they came back. There are family members that could be gone and they're dead. We don't know because no one reached out to us. I don't know why some of the family members didn't re-up. Maybe they had bad times. It was hard times for everyone. Maybe they didn't have the money. Also, the likelihood that one of those 700 is not somebody that had a shield next to their name, so small that I wouldn't even consider it. And it's not even like up for debate. When we're talking about a time where I had 460 shields, there's guaranteed one of them died because of COVID. We lost a family. And just as a baseline, my channel alone, by my subscription count, has had 700 people die that are needless deaths if people just do the research and treat their life as if there's only one life to live. So I don't really think of this as really educating her. I just think of it as like anyone who has over 10,000 people, which means that they probably had 100 people die on them, probably should have a judge showing up at their channel and saying, you know what, here are the things you need to read to tell people to go to the CDC. And if you do not read these things, you can't have your channel anymore. Because it's just irresponsible. It's just irresponsible for you to have a platform where you could actually educate more people and warn more people, and you chose to be in front of a camera. You're not doing it, but you're over here spouting all this other shit. I don't think so. No. Here's, at least tell them to go to the CDC. Treat it like an advertiser block. Treat it like an advertiser that just paid to be on your channel. For 30 seconds, you actually have to tell people to go to the CDC's website, and there are certain lines off of the CDC's website that you got to read to your community and go ahead and say, for more information, go read the CDC, go to CDC's website on your own, and let's get on with the video. I think that should just be a standard at some point. At 10,000, not even 100, God forbid, 1 million subscribers. So let's get back on to how this conversation transpired and why I think what happened tonight went wrong. And why I'm telling you that treat me as an exception, but don't treat me as enough of an exception that you do this shit. And I don't want to even put an unless in there because I'm in a different situation. And if you're in my exact situation, then okay, I get it. Because see, here's what happens in my situation. There is a division. I wanted that divorce decree to be one of the first that said joint. It's called HERE: healthcare, education, religion, extracurricular. They call it HERE. It's the 4 things that are usually split up into a divorce decree when it comes to children. Who has management over which ones? And usually in a joint 50-50, 2 are taken by one, 2 are taken by the other. In Georgia, there's a 5th one, psychology and psychiatry. Of course, Mr. Psychology major going into having hours of counseling under his belt, starting to go towards a master's route. Like, that guy is gonna take over that one. So, but we're gonna go with here. I'm head of healthcare and religion. She is head of education and extracurricular. And now you're starting to see why these text messages matter, because she's head of extracurricular basketball, and I'm head of healthcare, having to deal with the idea of, can he play the basketball? Here's the thing that I'm up shit creek about. Let me really define this for you. She, by this point, has now texted the coach to see if there's any problem with Rowan showing up to the game. The coach of his team then conferred with, let's call the city Crackworth, and found out that Crackworth was not going along with Bob County's stipulation that, you know, children basically need to be virtual learning and take a break from each other because it's spreading like wildfire. And so Crackworth as a city decided to keep the community center open and let the basketball games continue, which made my coach for my son say that if my son tested negative for a test that yesterday we went through the evidence and showed most likely the test that he got on his own has about a 60% chance of not being correct, one way or the other. So we got to start stacking our deviations on top of each other. The 40 to 60% chance of not being correct because they hadn't waited long enough. But the coach said, and remember, what does the CDC's website say? I fucking hate this. Your local public health authorities make the final decisions on how long quarantine should last based on local conditions and needs. Follow the recommendations of your local public health department if you need to quarantine. Literally what I'm trying to say is that there's a city that is taking this and shitting all over the CDC because they don't want their basketball games to end. So they okayed my son to come in with a negative test when it shouldn't fucking happen if you actually read the CDC's website and looked at the documents that go along with it. And guess what the CDC stopped doing for all of you? The CDC stopped giving you hyperlinks to all of the documents. You know why they stopped giving hyperlinks to all the documents? Nobody was downloading them and reading them. So they're all in the back page and you're going to have to go find them. Some of the hyperlinks are still there for the actual studies, but there was just 2 months ago for every statement they made, the studies that made them make that statement, and you could download it and read it for yourself. I have it on my fucking Kindle. The studies, I have them on my computer. I read all the goddamn studies. Is it mind excruciating to actually have to read through a study where they can't even get through the synopsis of their study? I always forget what the abstract, their abstract idea in their paper, that it takes them like 10 pages to get through that shit, much less the 200 pages that they just bogged down with not all that much fluff, and then an appendix that has way too many numbers attached to it, where they're referring to the appendix every other sentence. This is when one time I wish an appendix was removed, but whatever, fuck it, whatever. Anyway, so now you guys are starting to, if you guys are starting to understand, I'm head of health. But according to health standards, my son was still allowed to play basketball. So what am I supposed to do? Well, the only thing I could do was tell my ex the numbers and just get a feel from what she's saying. So what I did was I asked her out and out, do you have any doubts that he would have given it to you because of your contact with it? And I said, so I guess it depends on you, statistically speaking. And I said, so there's and she said I was most definitely in close contact with him for long enough to pass it on. So I said, so statistically speaking, there's a 24% chance that we all three could be positive, could be our I was about to say pejorative words. No, the pejorative word is every single time I say my ex or Mel. It feels like I'm insulting anyone else that is called Mel or might have been named Mex, something like that. And they're like, "Are you talking about me?" And I'm like, "I didn't mean it as a bad term." The crucial phrase in there. Well, the other P word I was looking for now that I thought of pejorative. The thing to pay attention to and how I worded that. So basically what they're saying that there's a 24% chance that we all three could be positive, but have gotten tested too early. Hi, Emma, and sorry that I'm on such a I'm Emma. I actually was trying to talk to you about having more meat in your diet yesterday, and you had already left. So I'm sorry that I can't turn on your waterworks, but I have a good night. I'm bogged down in things to do with my ex, and I'm sorry about that. If your name is Mex, I applaud you. Okay. I just outed Emma for no reason other than to basically bring me back into a better spirit. So I took a deep breath before I read what I'm about to read. Sorry about that, Emma. That's not throwing you under the bus. It's to bring a smile back to my face. Oh yeah, what she described yesterday as her dinner, like not enough meat from what I could understand. Not enough meat in your dinner after I actually got back to it, Emma, and you were asleep or gone. So you need more meat in your diet is what we decided after you left. Okay. Anyway, now that I'm taking a deep breath, and I'm gonna take one more because I'm gonna unpause the alert for Jacob.
We'd like to buy one child, please.
Okay. For the heck of it, guess the song. Yeah, this is for the ones who stood the ground for Tommy and Gina, who never backed down. Tomorrow's getting harder. Make no mistake. Holy shit! Why does that sound like the cadence is wrong, and I should know that song? Everyone hashtag Jacob. Let's see where I went wrong. I know I should get it. No, Chad. I know I should get it. I'm just kind of, my brain is on a one track right now. I'm being stupid. Give me a second to unstupefy myself. So let me. Yeah, I know. I'm a one-track mind. I got on Emma, and then I'm off of Emma, and then I tried to look at lyrics, and now I'm back on this whole clusterfuck of a conversation with my ex. So I typed to my ex, there's a 24% chance that we all three could be positive. Could be, as clutch words right there. What is the saying I'm looking for? As key words there. But it starts with a C. But I've gotten tested too early. I said, I can always protect myself, even from Rowan, because I can wear the mask and be in a different room. I even put in on my HVAC, I've got the fan going all the time. It just so happens right where my son's computer is set up is where the only big intake for my HVAC in this place is located. So basically, if you're sitting downstream from my son and he's got it, it's actually spraying it there. I also have my watch time for every 15 minutes to use a slight mist sanitizer, Lysol, to actually start sanitizing surfaces if he coughs, sneezes, or basically being particulate that's in the air about 6 feet around him. Every 50, I can be around my son still. I just have to take precautions, and they sound like they're stupidly over the top precautions. They're not. They're not if you would like to live when doctors tell you catching it a second time could cost you your life. So, hey Giovanni. This I said to her, yeah, I can always protect Rowan from it. I can always protect Rowan myself, even I can always protect myself even from Rowan from COVID. So it comes down to the kids he plays with and you. So I said to her, so I guess I have to leave the choice to you. What I was trying to do is make her accept the science. You're going to hear my ex's response to this, and you're going to see exactly why she called me controlling for so long. Tell me if this sounds controlling. I literally said, so I guess I leave the choice to you. Given that the league was going to let him play and his coach said it was okay, and Crackworth as a city said it was okay for the kids to play with a kid that is intested, whatever. She said, I don't have too many health things over other than trying to make her accept responsibility for her actions. You see, when I let my son go down to Florida, I had to actually also accept responsibility for her actions because she still won't admit that Rowan got sick from going to Florida. She still puts it on me somehow. You know, the guy that really didn't have a way to come into contact with it right before his son came back, you know, just happens to get sick in the exact same timeline his son gets. It's stupid. I took responsibility for my actions. I'm simply asking her to do the same because she is the final say in this legally. Legally, she is the final say. There are quotes around that because there's a case to be made that she's not. So I said, so I guess I leave the choice to you. I ended it by saying, my brain is always mired in numbers. So when it doesn't sound like my own voice when maybe I have to at least get closer to the microphone and speak like this so I actually sound like me a little more than me. Because when I'm just spouting it off, it doesn't sound like the way I would actually tell this to my ex. I would sound with my more deep voice and more of a tone like this. I don't project as much in real life. So for me saying this, it sounds more like this. My brain is always mired in numbers. So when it comes to risk, I'm going to tend to shy away, but I want your reaction. 24% chance we could be wrong with going to the game. That's the number, and I checked my math. The math isn't lying. How do you feel about that? I sent that to my ex. Let me repeat, I sent to my ex. My brain is always mired in numbers, so when it comes to risk, I'm going to tend to shy away, but I want your reaction. I wanted my ex's reaction. There's a 24% chance that we could be wrong with going to the game. Now, I wanted to put it in that term because the 24% chance that we're wrong in going to the game is the estimate in the could be. Remember, there are keywords in there, and I'll explain those in a second. But still, the number does stand. That's the number, and I checked my math. The math isn't lying. Where did I check my math against? The CDC and knowing basic statistics that you should have learned in 9th or 10th grade. How do you feel about it? Her response. She has a lab test scheduled for tomorrow because she's been surrounded by teachers that got it. Her next sentence is, "Why are you leaving it up to me, though?" This is the same woman who said I was always super controlling. This is the same woman who said I never gave her options. That said she had to basically cheat on me because I never gave her an outlet. I never gave her a chance. I never gave her an anything. I didn't satisfy enough needs, bring in enough money that, you know, I can put a roof over my head that costs more than her roof, but is a third of the size of her roof. And she said I was always controlling, making all the decisions, never ever gave her a chance to make a decision. And she threw Rowan under the bus for many times of this. So I'm literally asking, how do you feel about it? And I guess I have to leave the choice to you because I'm mired in numbers, but I'm giving you this statistical data. And she's head of extracurricular. This is actually her call to make. This is her legal call to make. With an asterisk next to that. Her second sentence in that is, "Why are you leaving it up to me, though?" Yeah. Dot. That's basically all that can be said. Oh my God. This is why it was truly infuriating trying to deal with this kind of stuff. She asked, why did I leave it up to her? Because it's her fucking responsibility. It's her fucking responsibility to take responsibility for looking at the numbers, being head of extracurricular, and then saying yes or no to whether he goes. She did then follow up by saying, "I mean, personally, I think it would be hard for him to catch it on the bus." That's false. They're not allowed to open the bus windows anymore. So that's the thing. Especially if no one sits in his seat and he kept his mask on. My son sits in the back of the bus. It's not because he's a fourth black, but he sits in the back of the bus. He might have had his mask on, but on the 2 days they're talking about, there were delays, which means that bus was basically just asking for it. Low circulation because they hadn't gotten going, because the new buses actually need to be in motion to help the heat or the AC to work, and they had all the windows up. So her logic is flawed, but I see where she's trying to validate her opinion on here. So and then she said, and Monday was the day the bus was delayed, which would be the most likely day he would have been able to catch it. I actually agree with that. I agree that the assessment for whatever child had it probably actually either they're not allowed to tell me what kid, but either that kid didn't ride the bus on Monday, or that if they did ride the bus, there's a very good chance they were already sick. And what the doctor did was backdated toward the probable date of contact, which the school system doesn't have to divulge to me. Again, it's a breach of patient confidentiality to be able to ask for other people's medical records, no matter how you get to them. So they can't just release that to me. But she's right. There's a very good chance my son got on Monday, which means that his test results are, for even for a rapid test, would be extremely valid at this point. If you add that extra day and you go to the CDC's website and see the gigantic leap on how accurate a rapid test is between waiting 4 days from exposure and 5 days from exposure, it feels like it's off the charts. So her logic isn't wrong with that. She says, I think he's fine. Her final assessment of all of the numbers I threw at her, I think he's fine, but don't want the decision to only be able to me. I think she spoke or didn't check text her. She said, I think he's fine, but I don't want the decision to only be up to me, is what she was trying to say. What she said, I think he's fine. Does she not get that the whole point of not holding him back from a basketball game was actually the whole thing of it's not about him being fine, it's about every other kid he could infect, those kids going home to their families, infecting their families, and being the ones that are being like, oh, grandma used to be at the table before your son came to the game, spread it, and, you know, killed my grandma. Is so narrow-minded that it's not even funny. Oh, gosh. By the way, I think I saw something. I will end you, thought. Hey, Bernard.
My dog Darkness, glad we are still alive during this time.
I'm glad.
Hope everyone is being safe at this time. Wear your mask.
Wear the damn
Darkness,
mask.
I got the PS3 backwards compatible system on the way.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry for being late. I will message you the tracking hash. Riddick.
Everybody, hashtag Bernard Tony. Thank you so much. You know how useful that PS3 is about to come in handy? I have an old splitter, an old select HDMI selector, and what I've decided to do with my third port that is usually only for the Switch, I'm going to hook up. I'm going to invest in a retro console that can play NES, SNES, Genesis, Game Boy. I'm going to see what the best one out there is. I'm going to plug up the PS3 and the Nintendo Switch all at the same time. And so at any given time for my third toggle, I could go on the floor on the third shelf and play any of those. So literally, I will make it that any console game available to us, other than like Sega CD or something like that, or Dreamcast, we could play on a dime right then, including Game Boy games. Because I would love to play a game of Metroid Fusion with you guys. Metroid Fusion is an underrated game and is very, very good. Everyone, hashtag Bernard. And thank you so much. I've got plans for as soon as that that PS3 gets here, and we're gonna be playing some retro games like crazy. Yes, I'm a very controlling person. You guys can tell that I'm a very controlling person because I give people choices about how to lead their lives, and then I ask them how do they feel about it, and I can leave the choice to them. And I'm such a controlling person that they're inclined to say, why are you leaving it up to me though? I don't want to be the only one to make the decision. Really, the hallmark traits and signs of somebody who is, shut up Siri, you don't know me, even a minute of breathing helps you focus. I am fucking focused, thank you goddamn very much. Oh, I love Zero Mission also. I mean, it's a recreation of the first. Of course I'm gonna like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm about to put out a poll very soon again about whether rants get counted off the clock, and that poll will be how much is counting off the clock, because we already took the original. I know what you guys are going to say. It's going to come out. Yes. So I'm just going to skip to how much time gets taken off the clock, for the rant type deal. So let's just tell what you did there, Kevin. So here's I'll read what I'm trying to spell out for you guys why there's a mistake, and I feel responsible for some of this because I tried to be as articulate as possible. I really did, and I feel that maybe my articulation was wrong, or maybe in dealing with a complete moron you should just take the reins. But she's a moron, which is why I'm very proud of my son here in a sec, and I get to humble brag. It's not even humble about it. I'm just gonna fucking brag about my son. He's fucking awesome. You're lost for not having my son. Everyone else, like, you wish you had my son. You don't. There's no humble about it. I love my son, and he's the best thing that I've evered. So he is proof that my whole life is not a series of mistakes that culminates in me finally dying to try to make up for all the mistakes I caused. He is proof that I did something perfectly right by existing. So there's no humble brag. My son is fucking awesome, and you're about to hear how he's even more awesome than his mom in a sec, because I'm gonna put that one out there. I said to her, I was leaving it to you because I'm indecisive on this one. I tried to play neutral still. I wasn't indecisive in the way she thought. I was indecisive on whether I should fight her over something that she actually does have the final call on. There's another asterisk next to that. Math says 24% we could be wrong. And I even just told her keywords could be, meaning that number doesn't mean the chance we have it. It means the chance that the test wouldn't catch us having it. And I think for anybody who's actually gotten into statistics, you just caught why I kept saying the keywords were could be. My saying 24% chance that the test was wrong was actually a 24% chance that the test was literally flawed and would not measure what it's supposed to measure. Meaning that it's not to say that we don't have it. It's to say that whether we have it or not, there's a 24% chance that the test is just not going to do what you want it to do. Because in all of my statistics, I did factor in that the test only has a 97% efficacy rate if it does find the protein that it's looking for. So I did absolutely take into consideration that 24% chance, I even tried to spell out for her, was actually the idea that the tests were wrong, not that the tests were wrong. And so here's the difference. We all came back tested negative. That doesn't mean that we don't have it. There's a 24% chance that we are dead wrong and we all have it. There is an even higher chance that one of us has it, if not all three of us having it. There's actually a 2/3 chance that that's gonna be a perspective. But I'm literally telling you right now, we could also go back and get retested and be negative, but we're not hitting the 24% chance again. If we got it in the correct time frame, we're simply proving that the first test, while flawed by nature, actually gave the correct result. Because when I say a 24% we could be wrong, means 24% chance that it doesn't matter if you're positive or negative, the test is gonna not do anything for you. It's gonna say negative no matter what. It's gonna say negative if you are negative. It's gonna say negative if you're positive. So that's what I meant by those are keywords. And so that's why I explained to her that monkey wrench makes me nervous. I hate science and math sometimes because it doesn't really leave room for anything but opinions after the facts have been stated. And there's an opinion to be had by simply saying could be. I said, I don't know because I don't want to be the reason anyone gets hurt. The school did the right thing to send him home. Even the CDC under quarantine says that you can reduce the time of recommended quarantine to 7 days after a negative test, but strictly says that's the shortest amount of time by their own guidelines. And that's basically because of the numbers I threw out there and the statistical deviations for which you would even find trace amounts and these tests being correct. According to medical science, we should still keep Rowan away from others for 7 days after his negative result. That's what gets me. Even if I say the statistics are on our side, could be means we might have never had it in the first place. So that's a plus, but it goes against CDC guidelines to let him go. But it also means he'll just have to miss 2 games. So I'm torn. Even following that CDC guidelines is subjective at this point, and I'll tell you why it's subjective. Given that well, actually, I think I might have spelled it out. Given that they put that out there for the general public and not for the dorks like me who will use the power of math and science to give meaningful numbers. If you think I'm lying about actually saying that, I'm not. Let's just get that real fucking clear real fast. I actually, if I'm gonna hold this up to the screen real fast, I'm gonna let you guys see that I absolutely did say in all capital letters, the power of math and science, not for the dorks like me who use the power of math and science. I actually did say for the dorks like me who use the power of math and science. Yeah, so like, I straight up told her that like, I'm torn, even following that the CDC guideline is subjective. There's another asterisk next to that. Given that they put out that information for the general public and not for dorks like me who will use the power of math and science to give meaningful numbers. So the only quote unquote right answer is to follow the CDC. This is what I'm telling my ex. I told her this. Get that just came out. So the only quote unquote right answer is to follow the CDC, even though my math says that the information for the general sheeple and not people like me who, even though my math says that that information is for the general sheeple and not people like me who will run the numbers, especially in a pooled test. And by that, I meant I was taking different people to try to get the probability that any one of them would be positive. Get what I'm going for? So I ended it with saying, just having an existential crisis over whether my math means I'm one of the few qualified to disregard CDC guidelines when I holler at tens of thousands on the regs to follow CDC guidelines all over 2 fucking basketball games. No biggie. Because that's where I feel like I truly failed. I fucked up. I've been telling you guys to follow CDC guidelines and I'm acting like I'm above them. I'm not. But I did try to spell it out for my ex. Most people are not going to go and do the math I did. Most people are not going to go tear through the CDC's website. They're not going to go look for the numbers, extrapolate those numbers into what you would make for probabilities for the actual rapid test that we were administered for a day 4 infection instead of a day 5 infection, and then give you out of a pool of 3 people who you all then presume to be positive for it, what is the probability that at least one of them will pop positive, even if the other 2 pop false negatives? Most people won't do that. I did. I know of no one else who has done that in my own social circles. 0 people have read the studies. I say these studies and people look at me like, I didn't hear. I've had people say to me, I didn't hear that on the news. Where'd you get that from? That shit pisses me off. That shit infuriates me. They say, I didn't hear that on the news. Where did you get that from? All right, so you should be put in front of a firing squad. Like, just her answer to that, let me just show you her answer to that. Let me just show her answer to giving, for the guy who's so controlling. Let me just show you guys her answer to that, because you know what, I could read it out loud. It's not confidential information, I'm allowed to share it. Just it's fine. This is actually fine. It's legal in my state and it's legal on here. Let me just show you the answer that she gave to me on this. Let me hold this phone up in a way. Can you read that? She gave me 4 dots and said, "Well, let me know what you decide. I think he's fine." I am really so controlling, aren't I? I'm very controlling. You know, if shit hits fan because my son did anything, I'm gonna be blamed, and she's gonna say I'm controlling. She'll have complete amnesia over the fact that she basically told me, well, you know what? Make up your mind. You're the one making the decision, and just get back to me. Aren't I so controlling that I gave her 3 times to actually make the damn choice on her own? Oh, Joy, we're getting to the idea that Rowan can explain it to her, because I learned something about her household. And you know what I said to myself? I said, you know what? I don't think I can win this way. I don't think I can actually just give her numbers and have her make an educated decision. I don't think I can do that. I think we've actually proven as a country, we cannot be given numbers and make an educated decision. We see 1% mortality rate, and we forget about the 1 in every 5 people will have a permanent disability just for catching COVID. Whether it be neurological, physiological, because it usually lung-based, something like that. We forget that statistic. Oh, wait. But just in case you're wondering about that statistic, and guess what? This is 1 month out of date. Let me go ahead and lie this down for you. For every 1 person who dies, and this was, again, let me just say this is actually over a month out of date. For every 1 person who dies to COVID, let me just lay this out for you. 19 more require hospitalization. 18 of those 19 people will have permanent heart damage for the rest of their lives. For every 1 person that dies, 1% mortality rate, 19 more will require hospitalization. 18 of those will have permanent heart damage for the rest of their lives. Does that 1% mortality rate sound so refreshing to you anymore? When I say, yeah, you might have lived, but let's just put this in perspective. If 1% of the population is who's dying to this, then we can safely assume that let's not even assume all that. Let's just go strictly by numbers, because I got the numbers written up a little later from this. Let's just so yeah, 1 person might die, 19 others are going to go to the ICU. 18 of those will have permanent heart damage. 10 of them will have permanent lung damage. We're talking about me, motherfuckers. I lost part of my right lung to this, and I have no reason to have lost part of it. I have zero conflicting factors like obesity or heart disease or anything, or asthma or diabetes. I have no reason I should have lost. I am in the age range that I should not have been affected. I am one of the 10 that has 1 out of 10 for somebody who died. I have permanent lung damage off of this fucking thing. God forbid we learn about the permanent heart damage I possibly have, or neurological damage, but I'm not there yet. I'm actually still reading off a few facts for you. For every person who survives, 3 will have a stroke. Does a stroke sound nice to you? Doesn't sound nice to me. All of a sudden, it's really sounding like these percentages of 1% dead really aren't painting a good picture. 2 will have neurological damage that leads to chronic weakness and loss of coordination, as far as we can tell so far, without even being able to study it for a full year. And 2 will have neurological damage that leads to loss of cognitive function. Conservatively, we haven't even been able to monitor it for a year. So let's just break this down. Maybe 1% only, it's only fatal in 1%. it becomes, and now you can date when this was written, 3,282,000 people are dead in the United States. So whenever that date was, this is when the rest of these numbers matter. That might be the number who died. 62,350. I'm sorry. I got numbers confused because they're very big, and I just started that bigly got that wrong. 62,358,000 will be hospitalized. 59 million people will have permanent heart damage. 32.8 million people will have permanent lung damage. Almost 10 million people will have strokes because of COVID-19. 6.5 million people will have permanent muscle weakness. 6.5 million people will have loss of cognitive function. To put this number in perspective for you, what was also measured in the tens of millions quite recently? I don't know. Let's just say there might have been an election that took place, and there might have been 70,000 votes casted for the person who lost the election. And this number is telling me that this was the highest turnout of any election ever in U.S. government. This is the highest turnout to have over 150 million people turn out is more than half of the eligible people to vote in the United States. You're telling me that out of the people that voted in the United States, if we just took them as a sample size and then doubled that would, I'm trying to put this in perspective for you. We can quantify it as almost, it's for every 1% that's fatal, almost every single person, the amount of people, almost every person that voted for Donald Trump will have permanent heart damage from COVID. Right this very second. Nothing else has to change. Is that enough perspective for people to know how dangerous this is and why she's a dipshit? Is this helping? Hey Val, what's going on? And good night, Mary. Thank you for being here. Is this putting in perspective for everyone that close to the number of people who voted for Donald Trump are the same people living and breathing right now who have permanent heart damage? That there are enough people in there to fill in the gaps that have permanent lung damage. In fact, if you combined the permanent lung damage and the permanent heart damage, you have the amount of people it took to vote Biden in as the winning person with close to 80 million votes. Anyone starting to see the problem now with the logic that this isn't such a big deal? That permanent heart and lung damage sounds pretty damn disgustingly obnoxious and scary to me. It's, you could take it, we saw historic turnouts, we see rallies, we see riots because of those turnouts, and literally you can take all the people who voted for Trump and say, yeah, that's the number of people who will have permanent heart damage. They didn't die. So what's the problem then? Because it's only a 1% mortality rate, except for we forget that a 1% mortality rate in a country that has approximately 330 million people still makes a mortality rate that could upend an entire economy in a heartbeat. Full stop, end of discussion. What? How is this not? How is this? How is? I would fuck. God damn it! How is this? How are people even arguing with this shit anymore? How dangerous this actually is. This isn't being blown out of proportion. Would you like to go back to living like normal? Then fucking get with the program on what it takes to do that. Get with the fucking program and realize that you need to pop your own goddamn bubble and get yourself learned. Here's the mistake I made. And here's why I'm proud of my son. I made a mistake. because I did say something. Yep. According to Google, 328.2 million for 2019. Yeah. I rounded up to 330 million just to make it easier for myself, even though we've already crossed that gap for 330 million, and then uncrossed the gap because of deaths. Did you know that we actually did cross the 330 million gap in 2019, and we uncrossed it? We uncrossed the gap because of COVID. By the end of 2019, we had 3 million deaths. Add 3 million back. I know you're just backing up my numbers, but I rounded up because that number is the one that's up there. I know you're backing me up. I'm not like lampooning you. I'm trying to show people how dramatic it is. I'm rounding up, but I shouldn't have to round up, because you see, if you just add back all the people who are dead from COVID, you get back to the 330 million people plus we had in the United States. But then you had to subtract them because we killed them off by being stupid. You know, Taiwan seems to be able to have a handle on things, like being able to go 200 plus days without having a single new case. But we, in a population that is about the size of, you take Atlanta and the metro area of Georgia, and they seem to be able to handle it just fine, but we can't get our shit together, and we're apparently the superior country. No, we literally killed off the population of Atlanta last year. In general, worldwide. That's the worldwide number for how many dead, not just in America. And technically, the reason that number came down was also pre-existing conditions. And I'm actually lumping that all in, because not all the numbers that you see for COVID deaths, they're actually strictly COVID deaths, not always the complications. If there's a pre-existing condition, they actually won't put it to the counter of COVID deaths. They'll say they were diagnosed with COVID, but they won't actually put that as on the death certificate of being the reason for death. So for example, if you have someone who's elderly and they died because of COVID, honestly, if you check your CDC facts and you check your national census facts, you'll actually quickly find out that their death was actually chalked up still to old age, because it didn't matter if it was COVID or the flu or anything else. They still died to quote unquote natural causes because of their age and their existing health conditions. That COVID wasn't the thing that killed them. It was other things. So that should actually scare even more people, that the number of people you hear dead is actually, by the US standards, by when we count in the hundreds of thousands here dead, we're counting out all the people who we can just write off on their death certificate died from old age, that it could have been anything and it just happened to be COVID. We're writing off all of them. So I made a mistake. I said this to my ex. This is most certainly an adult decision. But Rowan heard the medical professional that gave us the results. He heard her say he should come back in 2 days to be tested again and stay quarantined for 7. He heard it from a medical professional before I had a chance to even ask a question, because he was marked as having been exposed from when they asked those questions right before the test. Because my ex likes to believe that I force feed ideas into my son's brain, that I feed him a trickle of ideas, that I taint his brain with my obscure ideas and facts that are misled, misguided, misjudged, and immoral in her eyes in some cases, and that I should let him just be a 7-year-old, and that he's basically just regurgitating what daddy said. So I am literally trying to tell her right now that he heard the medical professional say this before he heard dad say this, after he got the test results. So I said, you know what? I was going to put all my eggs in my Rowan basket. I said, should we leave the choice to Rowan? I could not, I could present him with this choice. I could not throw all the numbers at him and just ask, because he heard it himself. It could be used as a sort of tiebreaker, if you will, between my being reserved and you being okay with it. It's just an idea, but I'll warn you that his first reaction hearing the woman talk was, I guess that means I'm not going to basketball. before I could even open my mouth. What I didn't realize would happen, what I didn't recognize would happen, is that my son would actually come down the hallway. And my son would tell me that he actually, if given the chance, without me asking him the question, he just said, he was like, Daddy, are we going to basketball or not? I said, I'm not quite sure. He's like, well, I kind of want to go to basketball. I didn't really like it as much at first, but I kind of want to go to it. Now, to me, I thought that's the reaction of a child that, you know, can hear all these things around him. And I get it. I get it. You know, that was just, so I realized as soon as I said it, I regretted it because I figured my child would side with me. And, you know, that would be the idea. Not side with, but just basically be the tiebreaker of being like, even your son is being leery of what's going on. This is where my son makes me really fucking proud. All right. Because it sounds like my son just shot me in the foot and I was just like, well, shit, I guess we're going to the basketball game. And guess what? We went to the basketball game. My son played in the basketball game. My son, who is confirmed to have been in contact by definition within 6 feet of whoever it was. He was confirmed to have been in close contact for more than 15 minutes within 6 feet of someone known to be infected. He went to that basketball game. And he basically was the tiebreaker. The mistake I made was ever using my son in that capacity when that should have been an adult decision, and that I should have talked it out a bit more with her to try to dissuade her, and at the very least tell her that I'm willing to take the medical route on why he should not go. Because I gave her the choice over and over, but she was waiting for me to make a choice. This is what happens over and over with my ex. If I make a choice that goes against hers, she calls me controlling. She sends a lot of threatening things. They don't sound threatening, but read between the lines and she's threatening. And she makes it sound like I'm basically being a horrible parent and just doing it to spite her and because I'm being a paranoid little whatever. So I realized that I put my son in an adult conversation on accident. Even if he never knows this text exists, I put my son in an adult conversation. That was wrong. On top of that, I didn't stick to my guns on the science. My son shouldn't have been there. I should have stuck to the CDC recommendations, and I should have used that as my leverage for the start of an argument. I should have tried at least for starting to say, you know what, the CDC recommends it, therefore I'm going to advocate for that. Even if your decision is final on this, I'm going to advocate for CDC. I should have put forward the idea that I will fight her in the most subtle means possible over what she is doing with bad ideas. And I didn't do any of that. I left it into the hands of a child, and that child immediately said he would like to go, if having the chance, go to basketball. And that was wrong. I should have advocated for the idea of going to the CDC. I made the wrong call. I was afraid of a fight with my ex, going to court where it would actually polarize my son, cause parental alienation because I'm forcing my son to choose on something that legally my ex-wife has the ability to make the call over. Legally, health-wise, he was cleared, not only by a rapid test, but by the city of Cracksworth in Bob County of Florida. Not trying to be any specific or anything, but basically medicine said that I had no medical precedence for keeping my son away from that, and that it is the community that chooses to adopt the CDC's guidelines. So the best I could have done was advocate for the CDC to try to get her to back down, knowing that she would come after me later with something. So I had to say, well, scratch that. He just asked for if there's a possibility for basketball, that he used to not like it, but now he does. So I guess I'll say yes. But I'll put on the stipulation that he keeps distance when he sits on the sidelines and he's using his gator. On the sidelines is what I said. Using his gator on the sidelines. Okay, and my ex said, I'm good with that, see you in a bit. And I told her to be careful around him. transmission from the basketball, at least we know scientifically that actually transmission from another surface is one of the least likely ways that you'll get COVID. Now we know that, and it's hard to track that, but we're getting better and better at being able to track those numbers as compared to airborne, as compared to contact. So actually getting it from a surface where you left it there, while it can live, or not live, but stay stable for 9 days under optimal conditions, and even 2 days under unoptimal, staying stable on a surface does not mean it also can then infect you. It just means it stayed stable. The second you picked it up and rubbed it on your nose, it might have been enough to destabilize it, or rather, only that one little viral RNA being stable does not an infection make. It still has to get past your own mechanisms, like your saliva, or the tears that you make, or the mucus you make, or even your nostrils, the nose hairs you have. All of these mechanisms we have built into our body to kill viruses before they can actually act. In fact, getting it from something else is the least likely way. According to Fauci, the person you should actually be listening to that has a government presence, you know, the guy that Trump didn't like anymore because Fauci's polls, he was polling higher than Trump for likability, just for, you know, giving out the actual facts. And Trump didn't necessarily like that. Nice little piece of knowledge for you. Trump actually said that one. He's polling so high, why am I not? I then said also, we should ask the coach for a stipulation that he's taken out every quarter, that he only plays 2 quarters. And she said, what difference would that make? To which I realized that I was talking to a fucking moron, because I was like, the amount of time he's within 6 feet of other kids. If he only plays 2 quarters and it's the first and third, and in his league, those quarters are, the clock isn't ever stopping, and it is actually quarters that are lasting, I think that are lasting, what, 10 minutes? They're 10 minutes apiece. So the clock doesn't get paused except for timeout or except for the last 2 minutes of the game. Then I was like, if he's in the first and third quarter, technically he's not out there long enough, and we're actually helping for precaution. Then he puts a gator on the sidelines. He's letting the air ventilate, clear out. Basically, he's giving his teammates a chance if we're wrong. And I said, I'm sure the coach would understand. I'm also sure that I'd feel a little less guilty if someone got sick if we did what was right by us by allowing him to go. And I all of a sudden say us because I'm the other half of that parent equation. If he's going to that game, it takes 2. We have 50-50 custody. He's in my custody. I could have just held him here, I guess, and gotten into the legal fight. I could have done that. But no, I have to take responsibility where it's due. If my son is going to that game, it's just as much my fault as it is hers. She might have had the final decision, but I could have fought it in different ways. I could have fought it. I didn't. I have to take responsibility. I am not my ex, but I do have to take responsibility because he is my son. Here's where my son makes me so fucking proud. Here's where my son makes me so fucking proud. Because the next text message I got to send this is why my son is better than most of the adults that I know in my life right now. This is stupid. Let me just hold it up. And by the way, to my logic on that, my ex said, it's 15 minutes within a 24-hour period. So breaking it up by quarters makes no difference. Are you 15 minutes within 6 feet of somebody who actively has it? It's not 15 minutes within a 24-hour period. It's 15 minutes of exposure in a 24-hour period within 6 feet. But it's predicated on the idea that you stay within that. Basically, if you're playing basketball, you're not always on top of the other person. It trades off. It's not about being in a giant gym. You know what? I'm not even getting into the jump of logic you have to make to take the 15 minutes and 24 hours, put them together, and think it makes no difference of him seeing out quarters. Because I've given up on logic on her actually reading up on it and then not just reading the cliff notes. But she said, but whatever, I just don't want to make a big deal out of it. I didn't have to. My next text message is why I fucking love my son. I can't make this shit up. I texted her and I said, I told her, I said to Rowan, well, I do want you to wear your gaiter while you're on the sideline. My son replied, my son, with no prompting, replied, I planned on wearing it the entire game, playing or sitting. This is verbatim from my son. Word for word, I'm not putting this in his mouth. This is what my son said to me when I told him he needed to wear it on the sidelines, his gaiter, at least face covering. My son said to me, I planned on wearing it the entire time, playing or sitting. Isn't that the safer idea? I do that in gym at school anyway. How many of you guys have ever heard a child out logicking and outsmarting the idea of adults, where you have a child that's not even 8 years old, he's still a month off for everyone who's counting. He's almost exactly a month off now from being 8 years old, and that child is the one to say, isn't that the safer idea? My son saw the logic in keeping his face covered, because while I made the hasty decision that my son just wanted to go play basketball, I made it too hastily, because you see, my son didn't just take some of those numbers to heart. I actually gave him the numbers, because I told him right before we went to the game, it is your mother and I's adult, and I never tried to do parental alienation. And I told my son, it is your mother and I's decision on whether you're allowed to go to this game. And your mother and I decided that given everything, you're allowed to go, you can go and play at this game. And I won't lie to you, I ran the numbers, and it's about a 3/4 chance that the numbers are correct in our favor, that we should know if we actually have a problem with us. But I wanted to let you know that no matter what happens, if you hear about people on your team getting sick, if you hear about anyone else getting sick, if you hear about anything happening, that is not on you. I allowed it, your mother allowed it. That is that is an adult decision that we made, and it is never on you. And I couldn't be more proud of you. I couldn't be more proud of you for telling me that you would take a precaution yourself. See, I had jumped to this conclusion that my son hadn't thought this through. My son has thought this through so much that he is still wearing his gaiter while he's asleep in his room. My son asked me to put on my second mask, my N90 mask. He asked me to put that mask on, as well as my gaiter, while we read, for the idea of protecting his dad. He said, as long as you don't stay in my room within 15 minutes and Lysol and everything and wash up afterwards, if you wear another mask and we're both wearing facial coverings, we should still be able to read, right? And I said, yeah, like yesterday, like when I was wearing everything yesterday, but we could tone it down a little bit. He's like, okay, let's do that. And I'll just keep it on again tonight and I'll just wear it. You know what my son did after the game? He put this on. You know when he took it off? To eat dinner. You know what he did after he ate dinner? He put this back on. You know what he did when he hugged me goodnight? He kept this on. You know what will happen if I go back in his room right now? I bet you he fell asleep with this on. And he fell asleep with it on so he would have it in the morning so that when he wakes up, he can put a face covering on in his own fucking house, because my son understands the importance of the idea that a 1/4 chance that things are wrong means that you have to take precautions, and my son is willing to take more precautions than almost every fucking adult I know. Full in fucking stop. My son understands the idea of isolation. My son understands that even in close quarters, wearing a face covering in your house when you're unsure and interacting with other family members is the safe way to go. My son extrapolated that without his dad having to handhold him through it, and my son is the one that decided to wear a face mask or face covering the whole time he played basketball with other people. Not a single other child on that court was wearing a face covering, and when another kid questioned him on it, he said, my son said to him, why aren't you? My son's snarky ass response to one kid asking why they weren't wearing a face, why my son was the only one wearing a face covering while playing basketball. He turned to them and said, my shy son said, why aren't you? My son played the entire game with it, took a breather because he had to catch his breath, but then pulled it right back up while on the sidelines. Went through the entire thing, went through a car ride where he refused while in my car to take off his face covering. Even when I rolled down the windows and turned on the heat in my car without recirculation, so fresh air is coming in, but the back windows are cracked and the back is cracked, so that basically there's circulation going through my car and it's not stagnant air as you're supposed to do. I had face coverings on. My son, I said, Rowan, hey, you're actually in the back seat. The windows are rolled down. We have fresh air coming through. There's not recirculation. The back window's open. You can actually take your face covering down. And he's like, okay. And I look back another minute later, his face covering is still over his face. And I said, you know, you can take it down. And he said, I know. I can also hurt you on accident. How fucking proud can I be of my son? That even in a car ride home, where I am giving him ventilation and a chance to escape from having to wear a mask when I know he's going to wear it the whole damn time he's home, because he told me so, that I'm trying to give him a moment that he can take this off in his waking hours, because he's been wearing this for over 24 hours as a backup if he doesn't have another mask. He's been wearing it for over 24 hours for my sake and anyone else he runs into. I give my son the option to have a breather for 10 minutes because I roll down windows and crank on the heat so that the air is flowing out of the car and it wouldn't infect me. And my son's response to it is saying, I know I can take off my mask. I could also hurt you on accident. My 7-year-old son has more consideration for the lives of people around him than most of the fucking adults living in this goddamn United States. So that's why there is no humble about the brag for my son. There is no humble about this. My son is fucking awesome. Yeah, my son said I could, and I could also hurt you on accident. Through me trying not to cry, I did ask him what he meant, and he said, it's still a possibility that it could reach you. Can we all just take a second to realize that a 7-year-old can grasp concepts that apparently a nation can't? That my son heard scientific numbers and immediately was like, instead of taking the approach of selfishness or doing what you want to, he heard a number. He heard 24% chance. And I even explained the could be, that we could still be negative. And he heard that number and he said, that number's too high. That number is too high to risk people around me that I'm playing basketball with. That number is too high to risk my dad. Even while I'm in my own home, I'm gonna wear a mask. And I don't have to be asked to do so. every now and then I sit here and I say my job as a parent is to provide, protect, and raise him to be better than me. And every blue moon, I realize that my son is already better than I am. Because I didn't even put out the idea of wearing it the whole time, because I didn't want to inconvenience, and I didn't want to do all these things. Yet my son was looking out for everyone else. I was trying to go through a workaround so that, and my son is the one sitting up and standing up and saying, no, that's not the right thing to do. The right thing is to wear the face covering. I give my son the out of being able to take it down so he can have a breather. For all you people who keep bitching about wearing a mask, my son voluntarily has been wearing it for the better part of 24 hours. And refused to take it off when all science says that the chance he would give it to me in the windows rolled down, ventilation moving front to back, he's in the back seat, I'm in the front, the chance that he would give it to me, that he has it, is so infinitesimally small. He still hears that number and says, but I could hurt you. But I could also hurt you. You think it's pretty pitiful? You think it's pretty pitiful that people aren't taking it serious because we put out a statistic that 1% of Americans die? Only 1%? My son shits all over that kind of logic and goes, oh, there's a 24% chance that, you know, something could be wrong. I'm not taking a chance. Oh, there's less than a 0.1% chance that I could get my dad sick. Still too high of a chance. I don't want to hurt my dad. I'm so damn proud of my son. I can even tell you right now. Let me show you what responsibility looks like, because all I gotta do is peek in his room real quick. All I gotta do is peek in his room. I'm gonna do it. I swear to God, I know my son well enough. I swear to God, I'm gonna go peek in his room. I'm gonna be able to see just from the. I'm gonna be able to see from the door. I fucking guarantee I'm gonna see. I'm gonna prove what I suspect. Abso-fucking-lutely right. Abso-fucking-lutely was I right. Abso-fucking-lutely. Are you kidding me? My son is asleep, tossing and turning. For all you people who bitch about having to wear a mask, my son is sleeping with his mask on. Sleeping with his mask on. My son is dead asleep. He is tossing and turning a bit because it's a bit warm in his room. I'm glad I checked on it because I just turned it down. Why is it probably a bit even warmer in his room? He's wearing this as an exact copy of this still. So he's respiring into this and making his own neck warm. He's kicked off all of his sheets. He's done all that. My son is still wearing his facial covering because there is a chance, a tiny chance, that he could still be a danger to people around him, and he doesn't want to risk it. My son went to fucking sleep with the damn thing on just to make sure that basically, and as he's put it before, where I am is where it is and it goes nowhere else. So my son, using better logic than most people alive, is in there asleep with this facial covering on, with the logic that if it's in there with him, it stays in there and it's not going anywhere else. And he's guaranteeing it with the facial mask, which, guess what, is fucking backed up by science that he's right. Is fucking backed up with science. That's exactly why we're wearing the mask. To limit the radius for which you can do it, because without the mask, it can travel more than 6 feet. Statistical deviation tells us that. With the mask, so unlikely it's not even funny. You guys bitch about wearing a mask because it inconveniences you. You guys bitch about wearing it during your shift and all that stuff. My son has been wearing a fucking mask to protect his dad and the people he cares about for now, since he's sleeping with it, the better part of 36 hours. Just to make sure, on the off chance that science is wrong, that he is not the cause of harm, and he did everything in his power to make sure he didn't hurt somebody else. So what's your excuse? If a bratty 7-year-old, and he could be a brat, he could be a handful, he's a 7-year-old, he's about 8. If a 7-year-old can grasp these concepts and go to sleep with a mask on, knowing that he might need to be in isolation and he needs to keep it, what's your excuse for not actually just doing the right thing? Now I'll put up the poll about like taking time off the clock or whatever, anything, because I've already been streaming for 3 hours, and I know I said it was Immortal Fenyx Rising. I really, like, seriously, the game is loaded. I really did want to play it. There was no lie in me wanting to play it, but I think this is more important. I'm willing to release this as, you know what? I should just take snippets of all of this. I should take all the notes and just talk about this shit. I should take snippets from last stream and this stream. I wish someone could just make a compilation for me. Anyone feel like making a compilation? Because I don't like listening to my own voice. I hate listening to... Part of me wants to skip tonight. Part of me also wants to make a livelihood. So, I'll put up a vote. I mean, I've been honest with you guys so far. Look at the bar and look that I've been streaming 3 hours. Part of me also still needs to try to make a livelihood. Rants are good and all, but rants don't necessarily put food on the table, and more people will stop by if they actually see the game actually played. So I'll put a vote up for how much, but the most I'll do is cut it down to what would it be now if I ended it? What would it be at now? I'll put up a few choices on how much I should cut off of it, but I let me put up a straw poll real quick. Voting on how much time should off for the rant. I'll give this 0 minutes. Probably should play at 20 minutes. I like giving people options. 40 minutes. 60 minutes. That's where we start jumping to. I know you guys will say the highest I'll do is 90, because I need to. I still have to make a living, and if new people stop on by to see the game, the bar doesn't fit with the whole thing of, yeah, talk about a CPA being pissed. Timer and rants are good and all, but Trust me, I have been down this road many times. Rants are not what. I know that there's a lot of you guys here that would say you'd be here for rants. There's a lot of other people who really do put this as entertainment in the background, and I am both types of channels. There are those that would support rants, and there are those that would support games. But at the end of the day, I this is the platform I'm on. So, almost there. Keep going. So there it is. I'll play ads real quick. I'll play ads. Why not? Let's see if the CD or if YouTube decided.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
I was looking at a totally different screen. Everyone has their chat. Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't want just 14 minutes of game. I want to actually be the entertainer I'm supposed to be. Stacy, hey there. Oh shit. I didn't say hi. Miki is I think you were here during another rant, but it's been a hot second too over there. Hey, Kellen, what's going on? You got here at the end of a you just missed me actually going on another. It's all right that your shield's missing, Stacy. It's fine. I'm sorry I didn't catch it. I should have. This is why I feel bad, because I know like in all of this I just saw Jessica Renee is here too. Jessica is another what it just passed on my screen while I'm on this screen. I'm on this other screen because I have to edit this into being like the first look at Immortal Rising. First look at Immortal Fenyx Rising.
I will end you, thought!
Everyone hashtag Gary, thank you. Oh, yeah, it's I'm trying. And you know what? While you guys are voting, I'll say I am. Do vote. Scroll back up if you don't know what we're voting on. But it's how much time I'm cutting off the clock for going for 3 hours. I've been talking. So I've already streamed a 3-hour stream just by talking. So my biggest struggle right now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys as the votes come in. My biggest struggle right now is that I'm trying to decide what I'm not supposed to feel bad about. Don't put it as that, like I'm putting it on myself. It's kind of like I have been preaching to you guys to follow CDC recommendations. I am not above the CDC, nor am I as smart as most of the people that are in the CDC. And by smart, I mean by like qualified information, as in this is their livelihood. They research this shit, and that this is their bread and butter. They know it like the back of their hand. I could say something and they could correct me on an instant because they know it immediately. I try to throw out a term and they're like, it's pronounced this way type deal. Like it's not that I'm mentally a slouch. It's just that this is their field, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm basically how I'm supposed to feel. Mostly because I keep preaching it and I let my son go to that damn game still. And it's gonna kill me inside if someone gets sick because of that. Because I know I should have advocated more for the CDC, but at the same time, I was sitting there putting out numbers that gave an out. I shouldn't have put out the numbers that gave an out. I should have just advocated what the CDC says. And by giving all those numbers, I know what I did. I was trying to reason with somebody. And I was trying to give all of these different differentiating factors that could just pile in for something, and it's that time where you know that you done screwed up in some capacity. And you're having a hard time pointing at where it went wrong, knowing that you shouldn't have. Oh God, it already closed. Like, no. Okay, so I shouldn't have made the other options completely. I shouldn't have made the other options. All right, 90 minutes coming off the clock. What is that? Hour 45. Jesus H. We go over to properties over here. Yeah, there was one vote for something other than that. I did notice that. Let me just quickly put that to. No, don't do that. Nope. Nope. Timer, work out with me. Help me out. Help me out. Help me help you. Help me help you. Help me help you. Okay. That can't be. That can't be. Oh, 90 minutes off of that. Yeah, after I did unpause it a second time. I was like, 90 minutes off of that? That doesn't make sense. Okay. It's making perfect sense now. 90 minutes off of that makes much more sense. I was about to say, God, that should still lead up to... No, the math now checks out. Yeah. Out of a total of, like, since I cut off 9 minutes. There we go. There we go. And boink. There we go. It is still... There it goes. So, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I didn't... I forgot. That ear still is painful. So, hello everyone. I'm actually playing a game for once. And... What the...
Allow me to indulge myself for a moment and tell you all what every content creator has always wanted to say to their audience. Fuck all y'all!
Getting that bar to 180.
Everybody hashtag Kellen, though that is one of my favorite sound bits. It's just... Yeah, you did get, but like I again, I'm not gonna be a thief in the knife about it, a knight about it. Like, basically, you're gonna have to say, I'm donating it, but take it off the take it off the bar, and then I'll accept it. I'll make that compromise. People want to be able to support more, but they don't want to see it go an extra hour. Then tell me, take it off the bar. Otherwise, if other people want to see the game actually go further, then that's their prerogative. But thank you so much, Kellen. The rant sequel halftime. It seems like it. We have Immortal Fenyx Rising. I've never pressed X to start, so here's X to start. We're checking for additional content. I thought about getting this on the Switch. This is on PS5. I saw that there were problems. There are actually serious problems playing this game on the Nintendo Switch, because they actually have to use a different light shading, and it just looks graphically inferior by many accounts. Even on PS4, it's not holding up as well, or Xbox One. So there's so here we go. Brightness calibration. I'm looking over there. I'm looking over there. Looking over there. Yeah, we can keep this. Contrast. Yeah, contrasty enough. Luminance, because I'm not gonna be disabled. What? Oh, that would make my life so much easier. Oh no, it wouldn't. That would make it so much. Oh, no, I'm gonna play it at normal colors, but you guys don't understand the nicety that would be there if there's none of that damn. You see that bright red that would be off the screen? That bright red is what can give me a headache and mess with my eye the most. It'd be so nice. Okay. All right, I have to performance, graphic mode performance. Just kidding, quality. But what shut up, watch, you don't know me. HUD zone calibration. Adjust the size of the frame. Oh, our frame is actually out. Actually, just for you guys, let's put the HUD a little bit closer in there. Menu narration. No, I don't need that. English audio, English, cool. On subtitle language, English. Camera follow on, aim assist, whatever. Those are long jump action. I don't know what those are. Apply and continue. I need inverted. Yeah, I guess it was in performance. So it was in performance, so I won't screw with it. What we need right now is for me to also I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Play with different input devices. Why would that be a thing? Where is the damn invert controls? Isn't there a camera in this game? Don't you put me in non-invert. Don't do this to me. Don't you do this to me, game. I'm gonna go through hell and back on this one. Don't do that. Don't do that. Am I missing it? Camera control is that. I need it inverted. Why? What is? Oh gosh. What is this? Come on. Oh wait, there's more. Oh good. Oh thank God. There was a scroll.
I'm donating, but please leave it on. Leave it all on. Lol.
I'm donating, but please leave it on. Leave it on. Everybody hashtag Gus. Gus doesn't want to see me end up stripping on accident. Whoops. The accidental strippage. Whenever I do the x-axis inverted, I'm just like, what? I just remember airplane simulators making me having to invert y-axis. It's a y-axis you gotta invert. And then there's mouse keyboard. Okay, cool. Default. Partial assist and limited snap. Oh, I'll just play it as it comes. Damage numbers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here is sound. I actually need the music volume, like usual, to come down. 85. Yeah. This, and then sound effects can be the same. Would you? Oh my God! This slider, voice volume is high up. Where is? There we go. No. Shit! I can't use my left ear. Well, a smaller range helps. You mean there's no way to make this the sound mono just in the game? I don't want to change it on the Xbox because on the PS5 because I'll forget. I need yet. I can't use my left ear right now. Well, I'll just hang it over. Inverted is going the way of the dinosaur. Well, call me extinct then. All right, new game. Let's see where I have to put my let's see where I have to put my camera and stuff. I don't know where that even goes. Oh, difficulty selection. Don't say one of them is story. Story is what? Is that even easier than easy? Oh, it goes up to nightmare. You enjoy both a good story and a good challenge. This is the intended level of difficulty for the game. Okay. You enjoy a good story and aren't really looking for a challenge. This is meant for new players who are not wanting to exert themselves. Cool. You enjoy a good story but prefer a greater challenge. This is meant for players with experience playing action adventure games. Should I be playing this on normal or hard? Sound off real quick. I'm not doing a poll. Normal, hard. Yeah, they're feeble over there. Weak. We know how I go for games like this. I must have missed something with everyone's gamer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Oh, shut your mouth. You know what that means. It means I'll screw up on accident. Oh, you can change it? You can change it? Well, that is also true. I could always do it on hard, and if it's too difficult, I could change it to easy. Ooh, that's the thing. That is a thing. If it's changeable. Oh shit! What's going on here?
Beautiful Hera, Mother Divine, wisest Athena, mighty Poseidon, the Earth Shaker, Zeus Artemis, with her deadly aim set to pierce even the heart of a hummingbird, painted pigs, all of them. I see you there. Come closer.
Come closer.
Someone help! Someone!
None of this is your fault. You're the victim. All the mortals are, made in the born workshop of fools, jagged reflections from a broken mirror. Behold your god!
Wow, straight up murder.
This one killed 6 innocent children to satisfy her rage. They squabble, burn with jealousy, cheat, fight and murder.
Yeah, that sums it up.
Vindictive and selfish. And like the heel of Achilles, these weaknesses will be their undoing. I have no such flaws. The rest have fallen. Only one stands between me and the rehabilitation of Olympus. Only the foulest, most arrogant, narrow-minded coxer son of Kronos who trapped me beneath the earth. The one and only Zeus!
Oh, so that's the Titan.
I missed you, Prometheus.
Oh, it's
my
Prometheus.
favorite cousin.
You're about to eat his insides out.
To this rock and fed my liver to an eagle.
No, actually, Zeus turns into the thing and eats him every day, and he heals every night because he gave fire to man.
You need my help. Typhon is free.
You once fought beside his allies, the Titans. Convince him to stand down.
It's not that simple. He is even blocking my ability to glimpse the future. I cannot see past him. Go on. Blast me.
I can't. He took my lightning. He took everything. Even the other gods are missing.
Look to the mortals.
That's done. Those evil, imbecilic, tasteless parasites were all turned to stone.
One of those evil parasites is about to save your royal ass.
My ass is safely lodged in the Aegean stables, and mortals will never be anything but a mistake.
Care to make a wager? If I'm right, my sin of stealing fire and ensuring their survival becomes a blessing.
You find your punishment unjust?
It's a little extreme. Do we have a deal?
If you win, I'll end your punishment and set you free. But if I win, you help me stop Typhon, whatever it takes.
Very well. Let the tale of Fenyx be my redemption!
Oh no, not one of your stories. How long is this going to...
My tale begins at sea. A ship of soldiers returning from a faraway battle. Their victory ambushed by an unexpected storm. The sea tossed and turned. Waves churned to a froth. The line between sky and sea all but vanished. The mountainous peaks of the waves descended into valleys nearly as deep as Tartarus.
You're really painting a picture here.
It's like me telling a story, and people get tired of it.
The ship didn't stand a chance. At dawn, the sun rose on the few remaining survivors. The lowest ranked among them, a shield bearer who dreamt of battle, but had seen nary a skirmish.
Don't tell me.
Oh, I'm totally gonna be a chick, by the way. If you think that I'm gonna play a game that's animated like this, and I already have Breath of the Wild, and I have to play the Champions thing, you know, the thing that I already bought a while ago, but I haven't I haven't played yet. If you thought that I'm already gonna be playing more Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the Champions ballad, and all that stuff, and that I wasn't gonna play this game as a girl, oh, you were sadly mistaken. We are making that bacon. What attributes can I give her?
It's just like me at the beach.
Wait, you got shit to say about all these colors?
Skin dark like olives. The good kind, not the green ones.
What the fuck is wrong with you? How about the green? You has nothing to say about those colors? All right, well, whatever. I'm gonna make her, and you know what? This is random. Let's not look into this. Let's not look into this. Oh, freckles. Let's not look into this too much. I hope Joy is asleep. Let's not just. I mean, we should just take this with it.
I can see in my mind a sharp bird.
Wait, what is this? Oh, this is not fair. You can't give me all those colors. Oh, but look how bright that blue is. And it would stand out against the red hair that she's gonna have.
Hair like...
oh, yeah.
burning. Just burning.
Oh, don't tell Joy. Oh, okay. How am I gonna? Oh, hi. Whoops. I'm sorry. This just turned into Waifu Simulator 3000. I mean, I'm trying to, like, I can go for the pixie cut. Like, this would be like if I was trying to be female, like I'd go off and I'd be like,
of cold lips.
Oh, fuck you. That's the color of my hair. I was just trying to say if I tried to make a female me, I'd end up being like that. But nope. But it still looks kind of cool. I gotta go with no, I gotta. Is there any other?
A waterfall on the cliffs of Santorini.
It's almost like it. See, I'm afraid it's gonna clip with things like armor or stuff like that. So braided and up in a button, something like that, or to the side. But I like this. Look at how cute it frames her face. It's got the side shortcut thing, and then it's braided onto the side. Yeah. You gotta deal with it. No, she's gotta have something about her though. War paint. Or I can make Senua. I didn't know I was playing Hellblade. She can have the cut above the eye that I've got. It's the wrong eye. Is it the wrong eye? I keep having to look in the mirror because my eyebrows got burnt a little bit, and so I trimmed them, and I never trim my eyebrows because my scar from having my skull bashed in when my when I lost some of my color sight for trying to protect someone when I was in elementary school. When my skull got bashed in and everything, I have a permanent giant scar that my eyebrows are so thick they've covered up for a long time. So like I'm like, I don't want to give her that scar. Like it's just like, I don't want to cut her ear off either, because I tried to do that too. You know what? I gotta just accentuate whatever. Is it? What about just scaring me? How about just the red paint? Let's just make the red paint.
Eyebrows.
Yeah, eyebrows. Yeah, but I mean, you know. No.
Thin as Tantalus.
No. Thinner, or like she took a pencil to them. We'll go with that. Do redheads have do the eyebrows of redheads match the? I should know this, but you know what? I'm gonna put her eyebrows as red too, because I just forgot. Do the eyebrows match a true redhead's hair? They do, don't they? They partly do. Yeah, I'm just doing it. I don't care. I could be wrong. I don't give a shit.
Beard.
If she will not have a beard. She will not have a.
The storm! Wake up!
The storm! Wake up! I have to wake up!
There we go. And up. Oh. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. Oh, God. But just... Oh, let's admire that. Oh, I took the first for another day. Knowing how way leads on to way, I know that I should never come back.
There, I see her clear as day.
The lowest ranked among them, a shield bearer who dreamt of battle, but had seen nary a skirmish. A teller of tales, not a doer of deeds. Fenyx.
What a name! Fenyx! Sounds like the sound a dumb bird makes when it lights itself on fire, which would be ridiculous. Although, I should write that down.
Oh my
Washed
God.
up on an unknown shore, Fenyx awoke.
He then stripped, realized she was dirty, and ran into the ocean naked. She looks like a Disney character. Should she start being like...
Ghost! Captain! Can anyone hear me?
For the first time in forever.
Looks like the only way off this beach is up that cliff.
I am afraid of redheads. True. With that said... Eject. With it said, Oh yeah, the accents also got me hooked. No. With that said, in my tier list of hair colors, you're looking at some top tier. I'm afraid of redheads. I am. Basically, I'm afraid that like it's like I don't want my ass to get kicked, but if that's the price it would cost, then you know what? Everyone's got a price they'll pay. I know what it is. I grew fond of redheads because hashtag no incest. Don't put that on me. I grew fond of redheads because of my cousin Amy. I used to love
Fenyx
combing her
saw
hair when I was younger.
captain and fellow soldiers in the distance. Through a trick of the light, she could almost see them waving and calling to her.
Fenyx, again. You may not be your brother Ligiron, but I will make something of you yet.
Hold my shield. Try not to drop it this time.
I didn't see you there.
Don't let them get to you. They're just jealous. It's not often someone has a brother like yours.
Local ghost, can you hear me? You've gone cold. What
He's
magic
T-posing
is
for
this?
dominance.
Ligiron, where are you, brother?
Unarmed and lost, Fenyx was vulnerable.
I have
So I
to be
seduced
calm.
her.
I have to follow my training.
Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble with this game. I am gonna. So yeah, when I was younger, wow, wow. Well, he said he wanted heads, so I just brought this along with me. Hope he likes it. My cousin Amy, who was barely older than my older brother, used to save me from my brother being an older brother, and doing older brother normal stuff. And so because of that, ooh, blue mushrooms. When stamina is, they'll hold that to recover stamina with the blue mushrooms. Yeah, I'll collect these. It's like exploration going on. Yeah, she used to like basically be like, stop being an older brother. Stop picking on Steven and whatever. And she'd, and I remember that, but what I remember more than anything was just like, I liked playing with hair. Like I liked long hair when I was young. I used to have an afro at all times when I was young, almost all times. I had a flat top for a little while. They were all home cut, ones because my mom actually did take classes for my biological father claimed he wanted to take cosmetology and stylist classes and all this stuff, and my mom took more classes than he ever did, and so she ended up picking all these traits so she could do a lot of these things at home. But I just wanted an afro all the time, but I hated that my hair was so curly. And then I'd run into Amy, and while she scares the shit out of me, she had long, beautiful hair, and I used to play with it all the time. And because I'm like sidetracking so hard, I'll go to my objective. And because of that, I had a fondness for redheads after that, and a healthy fear of them. It's a double-edged sword. It's like, wow, nice. Also, you might cut me, so it's I just pre-bandage myself when I run into a redhead. I'm like, you're hot. Let me go ahead and put this ace bandage down.
Of Hermes, the luck-bringing messenger of the Immortals. He consorts with all mortals and immortals. Little he profits, but through the dark night, he continually tricks.
That's nice. Who wrote that?
My favorite poet, who just happens to not have been born yet.
By the way, Kellen, I would punch him in the throat. Also, because you like pickles and milk, two separate entities eating pickles with milk. Like I like the sweet dill pickles, and I'll wash them down with a glass of milk. Are you dipping your pickles in milk? What's your pickle situation? That's not a way you say this. What is this? Whoa, hi. It's a big drop. I have ventured far. I should get back on the main thing. Find a weapon. Oh, I should find a weapon, yeah.
My brother's sword. No.
Her brother's sword. Oh, this sucks. True king of sarcasm. Oh, cutscene. Uh-oh.
Lagiron! Brother!
'Cause I'm broken.
You've always been my hero, my North Star. I will bring you back. I swear it.
Yeah, he seems to be in pieces, though. You like
Fenyx
drinking milk
had
while
never
eating
been
pizza.
allowed to hold the hallowed sword. A gift from Achilles for bravery in battle. It balanced perfectly in her palm, as if forged for it.
Achilles' sword? Huh? Brother must have been good in battle.
Is something wrong with your voice?
I never got a sword. Just saying.
Fenyx looked up. She was not alone.
By the gods! Stay back!
She readied
Liking
her
to drink
sword
milk with pickles
for her
is
first
different.
real fight.
Oh, hi there. Like, I'll drink if it's there, but it's not like preferred beverage.
Fenyx felt her training come into focus.
Acids, bases, curdling. Hey, Rowena.
I should be able to survey the land from up there.
Oh, we're going Assassin's Creed on this too. He was stone cold, like Steve Austin. Also, a brother is stone cold. Also similar to Steve Austin. Did I see that there's a hello mode? I meant to say picture mode. So I was just doing that for experimentation. Like that was just me seeing how this system works. No biggie. You don't have to worry about why I just tried to see if I could remove clothing. It's just I was just seeing if I could update the armor in any ways. You don't have to worry about any of that, of what else that could have been happening. Can I say hi, Rowena? Yeah, that wouldn't be my.
This is the largest
I wouldn't
statue
think
of
pregnant
Hermes
though
I've
for
ever
that.
seen.
I just,
wonder who built it.
Kellen, I come up to you and
Totally
let you know
alone,
it's weird.
This young hero was determined to save her fellow soldiers and brother.
Boring! Can we skip this part?
No, this is important for the sense of atmosphere.
Oh, exploring all of her features. Oh, of course. And yeah, no. I just give you a hard time, Kellen. I would asking if you're pregnant though. Pergonodons?
Hermes my old friend. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. Just don't tell anyone I'm speaking to you. I got in enough trouble for memorizing stories instead of tilling the soil back at home. And then the other soldiers, well, they really don't appreciate a good story.
Wow, is she speaking for Prometheus at this point of not appreciating good stories because, like, we've got him trying to tell us a story and it's not being appreciated for its atmosphere? He's got a hairy arm. I've probably eaten pickles with... I got ambrosia. I've probably eaten pickles with milk.
It smells like honey.
On accident.
And the first day of spring. And my first kiss. All rolled into one.
Fenyx got into the ambrosia too? Prometheus!
You worried, Zeus, about losing this bet?
Please. She can't use it anyway.
Yet.
Wait, what is ambrosia? Hold on. How do I do it on accident? Just be like, well, I'm parched and this is the only thing here. I guess I have to. That's how you do it. Oh, wait. I didn't get to read it.
Used to upgrade maximum health. Found while exploring the Golden Isle.
That's ambrosia. I think all the text narration has to be done as if I'm reinserting Kratos into mythology he doesn't belong. Gotta re-inject a god of war in here. Slide, baby, slide. Come on, slide. Okay. Get out for a good vantage point. Oh, parry. Oh, shit. Look at that. Oh, I gotta time it correctly. Don't let me die to pigs. All right. Got it. Okay. Getting a bit better. Good night, Steven. I probably also need to eventually rest and shower and everything like that. That actually sounds delightful about right now. My brain is about broken. From what I've spent a good amount of time already talking about. My brain is seriously just a mess. I'm wandering around because there's just glowy shit.
Unlike the mortal flesh, which had been frozen into marble, the pomegranate sprung forth defiantly, bursting with life.
A lot of poetry for something they're just going to stick in their mouth.
Isn't that what the best poetry is about?
Yeah, a lot of the best poetry is about stuff you'll stick in your mouth, says Pornhub. Also, saith those people and stuff like that, blah blah blah. Really gonna? She doesn't have to just stick it in her mouth. She can exfoliate with it. Don't doubt pomegranate. Didn't I already get up here to get? Oh, is this the new vantage? There we go. It's the same. Oh, I just didn't go up to his head. I was already up here and I didn't do a thing. Hey, Yashuin. I'm hoping to. I have to go back. There's no
Phoenix's
guarantee whether we have it now,
was
right now. We
becoming
took the test
clear.
earlier.
So far, all you have shown me is a mortal soldier who has fought one real battle, and Typhon grows stronger by the hour. Don't toy with me, Prometheus.
I swear to you that soldier shall be our salvation. For if she fails and Typhon defeats us, Zeus, king of gods, the world will fall to chaos.
A temple of Apollo. If it has an oracle or a seer, they could help me undo this curse. A griffin? But they aren't real.
Let me go!
Yeah, they are.
Hey! I'll save you!
How?
I'm
Hey.
coming!
Oh.
I need to find a way to reach that rift.
I do like it when they just do say out and out when they're coming. So I mean, that does help.
How to get down?
Good night, Stacy. Thank you for being here. Jump to the pond below. Oh, wait. We really are going Assassin's Creed on this. Jump to the pond below. Wait, there was a pond? Oh, there was a pond. Ooh.
Phoenix felt Ligiron's blade with every step. Its weight a reminder of the heavy responsibility.
You gave him your blade? Oh, Achilles.
I meant to ask, why exactly would you expect to receive a sword from Achilles?
Oh, as an offering. Just a routine offering from someone who gazed into your eyes and told you you were special. That's all. I left a rose on his breastplate. Got something in my eye. Keep going.
Oh, God. By the way, tied to Ghost. Is that Typhus over there? I think I just caught that. I feel like the stupid, but it's fine. Because I have stopped caring if I am looking the stupid after I have... Basically, here's my pattern. I say a lot of things that sound like they're common sense, smart, or insightful. And then it gives me oodles and oodles of time to be just the dumbest.
Prometheus, stop with the mortal pity party and get to the action part.
Fine.
Now that's more like it.
The adamantine shed by Typhon's minions, metal of the gods, threw itself to Phoenix, as if wanting to be forged into something greater.
All right. All right. Can I forge it now? Someone want to pound me real quick so I can have a better sword to poke? Oh, hey, there's more people down here. What's going on? You have a sword that looks a lot like mine. Did you know my brother? Let's hope I get a new combo very soon, because test attack. Is there any other attack? Oh, I can fight in the air. Ooh. There's that. Okay. All right, I'm learning a little. He's learning. Darkness is learning. Processing. Processing. Please wait. Processing complete. Steven. also known as darkness, is an unusable host. Like when they come to when the singularity occurs and they're just like, no, we give up on you, and I'm just like, no, I get it. Come on. Wait, what the actual? I gotta find these mushrooms all the time. Oh, come on. You're gonna be a lot of... What? It wasn't so easy to jump out of there. Trust me, I didn't just goof it completely. That wasn't as easy as it purported itself to be. Now I'm gonna go look at these little parts. What are you? Who are you? Whoa! There's an underwater. What do I do with you? This is part of the strange glow, though. I don't get any. No, this doesn't matter. Okay. Let me go down on her, or down with her. How do I go down? There you go. Swim down. There you go. I'm investigating the glow. Oh, found something. Not that. I found something else. Hiya. No, wait, what? Oh. That worked. Thank you. Oh, gotta go all Link on that and just kick it open? Golden Amber.
Collect Golden Amber to upgrade the potency of your potions. Golden Amber can be... Oh, shit. It took it off the screen. How am I supposed to know what it said? I do not approve of this. How do I find it? Found in chest by cutting down glowing tree stumps. Oh, used to upgrade potion effects. Okay, cool. I didn't need to read it all. It's fine.
Okay. How about, what is this?
Pot? I'll take it with me. Just
okay, I'll take pot. I'll apparently take pot. Don't push against things. Just go with it. Flow as with the water that you almost drowned in. Okay. So I'm starting to really see why people are comparing this to Breath of the Wild. It feels open. I wonder how open the world actually is. Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece in how to make an open world just be like, hey, you can explore whatever the hell you want to. And we got a main quest for you. And you can do it or not do it, or do it immediately, or do it after you all the divine beasts, or do all the other shit that you don't have to do. I wonder if this real people have compared it. That's a high standard to compare it to. I wonder if people actually can, if it gets backed up in the long run with that. And I'll make that my own judgment on that. I'll make my own judgment, just in case anyone wanted to be like, I have an opinion.
Can you hear me in there? I'm coming!
Oh, that's what they want to hear.
I found your axe!
Fenyx approached the axe, feeling it call to her.
You get another weapon already?
Looks like the axe of Atalanta. Must be a copy. Although...
But before Fenyx could claim it, the axe was pulled into the pit by a terrible force.
Who knocks upon my door?
A redhead?
No one?
You think that old trick will work on me?
Ha ha! Odyssey.
Come into my parlor. Send the Cyclops to the sailor.
Haha. That's kind of cool that they would bring up something from the Odyssey. Who blinded you? No one! No one blinded me! or was it nobody?
That's the end of Fenyx. Perfectly passable storytelling. I won't lie, there were moments that dragged, but you really got me with that ending. Now, let's settle up. Time for you to help me against Typhon.
It's not over yet. Not by a long shot.
What the? Scout ahead. Whoa. Gravity. It's the law.
What is this place?
Passage in the Abyss. By the way, did I see you? Welcome back to the family? Andrew, welcome back to the family. Hello there. Yeah, the credits are a nice little touch.
What was this strange place?
It's Tartarus.
Just exactly where had Fenyx landed?
Tartarus! The nasty abyss where I imprisoned Typhon. He must have opened rifts into the vaults of the underworld when he escaped. You know it, I know it. Say it!
Fenyx wasn't, sure.
I hate you!
But aren't you intrigued?
No. Keep going.
Aren't you intrigued? No, keep going. God. Getting some serious X vibes. As in my ex, not another, like, where she's like, I'm totally not interested. All of this shit sucks. Now, I need to know the details.
You are either brave, little one, or very foolish. Let's see if you can meet my challenge, or if you will fall like all the others.
Who are you? Hello?
Alright. Who this? Whoops, wrong button. Are those my wings? I'm like a bird, I want to fly away. No. I didn't realize that. Oh. Well, we have to wait. It really is like Breath of the Wild where you screw up a puzzle and it's just like, we're going to reset for you and it's going to take us a hot second. You're like, how much is a hot second? And how does it compare to a cold second? Can you differentiate that for me? Shorter or longer? I'm very white on the inside. You can't assume these things about me. Fun fact, there was literally a week's worth of time that I did think that your sperm might have something to do with your skin color, with the color it came out. Oh, God.
Press one button to use health potions and the other to use stamina potions.
Just gotta throw that out there. Usually you can throw things like that out there and see who's actually like paying attention and stuff, because then all of a sudden they'll be like, what the fuck? And I'm just like, yeah, that's the thing. And that is a thing that happened with me. I was half white. And I figured maybe the sperm could get darker.
See you yet, but I will.
I had the idea that basically this like melanin actually had some effect on sperm. I don't know where I got the idea from, but I have a feeling that my brother's hijinks were at play. And trust me, that would be a fair assessment.
What's this?
Wings?
Wings.
Fenyx ran her hands over them, noticing that several pieces were missing, as if someone had ripped them apart.
They seem to be man-made. I wonder how they work. If they even work.
I'm glittering with pixie dust, also known as pixie jizz. Oh, now I can double jump.
Whoa! They actually work. Sort of.
Oh, that's cool. So you upgrade things like the wings over time. Okay.
The axe.
The
I need
axe
to
of
ask you a
Atalanta,
question.
deadliest of hunters, swiftest of heroes,
So,
fallen at the hands of
Tank
Typhon.
is broken.
Didn't I change you into a lion? You turned a lot of people into a lot of things.
I need to stop drinking.
And he you turned a lot of people into a lot of things. That is basically his Zeus's history.
Now you fall, little lion.
Oh, you're massively annoying. Okay, okay.
Standing?
There we go.
I sense something more in you.
What? Why did you just pull up Mario on my phone? On my watch? What the hell? My watch just pulled up Mario, and I just got a picture of the creepy bastard on my watch. Mario is just on my watch with a Wikipedia article. What is Siri doing? What? Alright, hold on. Can I combo it with this? Okay, here we go. I get sidetracked easily enough. I am
a bolt
still
of my
tired.
lightning.
Scattered, hidden by Typhon.
It's over. Fenyx is Helios Ash. No one can handle those bolts but me.
Oh, really?
All right. Well, apparently I'm about to get some lightning and the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Come on. All right, and just give it to me. Oh, give me the good stuff.
A replica of Zeus's lightning bolt? No way!
Power surged through Fenyx. It was too much for her to bear.
What's happening to me?
Bye-bye, mortal.
And then, just like that, it stopped.
No!
The wings grounded the lightning. They were designed to withstand storms.
That shouldn't be possible.
And yet, this is just the beginning.
Ooh, my nipples got hard for that one. Critical strikes. Oh yeah, I approve of that. Do I hit those things? Do I collect them?
Having plunged into the abyss of Tartarus and living to tell the tale, Fenyx emerged victorious.
For now?
That stranger I was chasing. Where did he go?
With the wings, she would be able to flit across the ancient bridge and find out.
I wouldn't just strap on discarded junk. Who knows where those have been?
Many a night, Fenyx had told tales of a genius, an inventor named Daedalus, and his extraordinary wings. Perhaps someone copied their design, Fenyx mused.
So junk. Ooh, maybe it's cursed.
They actually used a different spelling of Daedalus, which means that we're dealing. They got their actually mythology for spelling names correct. Midas might change, but Daedalus and Daedalus are two different. They're spelled differently between Roman and Greek. I do not believe there is a appreciable difference between his son though. But the guy who built the King Midas had the Minotaur, which was what? His wife being forced or seduced to have sex with a bull or something like that, and to hide his shame, Daedalus has to make that but you know, he's the only person that knows about it. Is that the whole thing? That story is the only one that I get confused with the other one of like trapping him and they get out of it, blah blah blah. I also know there's a whatever. Right now, why am I pushing against a boulder? I'm pushing very hard, like I'm gonna get somewhere with this. Oh, that's how you sprint? I couldn't sprint before. Oh, I need that to sprint? Okay. Oh. Anyway, thank you guys so much for that are joining me right now. I just realized it's 2 a.m. I should probably take my other medication and stuff like that. I've tried to be a productive boy today. I tried to be with medicine and science and learning stuff. What? Why did he just lie down for a second? Good night, Blue. Wait, that's Blue Knight. There we go. Kthx, thank you so much for being here. Okay. Can I go into all the cracks? I'm not an advocate for drugs, but really want some cracks. Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies. Okay, haven't I been here though? Are you a different statue? Wait, hold on. You're the same one. I don't need to be that way. Yeah, there's a lot of cracks. Can I go in all the cracks? It's a legitimate question. Oh God. See what you did there, Chad? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, can I get back up if I fall? What if I stumble? What if I fall? What if I lose my step and I make fools of us all? And then blue mushrooms. Oh yeah, playing ads is still a thing. You know what actually is a weird thing? I meant to not only play ads, God, I've got to put conditioner in my hair and get my chin hair straightened out. It's been put up in a bun so many times right now that I just keep it in like in this bun right now. But I wonder if YouTube actually trusted me a second time. Like right now, I'm actually a little curious while I hit the add button. I'm gonna hit the add button. I'm a little curious to see if I have if it loaded properly, if it did it. As in, if it like I'm still public, I'm still monetized. I don't want to hear myself shut up me. Yeah, there's no thing saying that you gotta go to the CDC. That does surprise me a little bit. YouTube is actually trusting me to, I guess, get my shit correct. So yay, YouTube. That's cool of you that you actually trust me to have my shit together. Oh yeah, I have to take medicine too. Yeah, that's right. I put it in my pocket. Scoop it out. I gotta do the scoops. It's already 2 a.m. so I probably should have scooped it out a while ago and taken it. Okay. Oh, blah. Did I take my other medicine already? Good night, Jeffrey. Thank you for being here. I am playing on PS5. Oh my God. Yeah, I was gonna get it until I saw the graphical fidelity was a big deal and how they got it onto the Switch. I was gonna get it for Switch. Then I decided, it doesn't need to be on a handhold. I got if I want handholds, I got the Vita with Sword Art Online Guilty Pleasure Edition, and I got the Switch with Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. I'm set. I can put it in the office. Like most games, I'm not used to playing games outside the office unless it's like really needed for like being somewhere for the channel and stuff like that. So it is still weird to me, the concept of work. This looks like a secret to me. I mean, this just looks like a stereotypical secret to me, but I guess I could be very wrong. I'm probably very wrong. Pockets is always useful. You're telling the truth. Don't grunt at me, just... Right. I need a lot of those because I'm realizing my stamina can run out pretty easily here. All right, now I'm across the bridge.
I'm coming to help. Hold on.
Hold on, I'm coming. Not in a beeline
If
though.
only Legiron was here. He's the famous hero, not me. What am I going to do? Put the fiends of Tartaros to sleep with storytelling? What?
Yeah, I mean, who are you? Who are you? You know what? You should be glad that you have a chance to prove yourself. And instead of complaining, you should be figuring out how to not throw away your shot. Are you just like your country? This country's not young. It's not scrappy. It's not hungry. Hungry is a different place altogether. Wasn't even a place at this point. Oh, stealth attack was an option. Killing pigs, killing pigs. Oh God. Oh, if someone would ever like to help me with any compilations, me playing Phasmophobia in VR. Oh yeah, that's the other goal. Every single time we fill up the bar, I can put up the secondary goal. The first one is almost filled, keeping the Go XLR.
So that if I need to inject some Kratos into this, I can, boy.
Or, you know, just...
Do the high-pitched voice that everybody loves. I could just do this the rest of the voice. Actually, character voices are incredibly easy to come up with something like this. Because even with the same mod, I can do 2 different voices and barely even strain.
Or even with this one. It sounds a little different. If I just put an accent to it, that's not all that hard.
Which is the same preset for the Kratos thing. There's like 2 other goals though, and one of them is keeping VR in a way, because I gotta return the VR headset on the 31st. But I'm not keeping Oculus Rift S. But that is more dependent on how much people want to see VR on this channel or me streaming. Because honestly, the VR is more for you guys, not me. I can play Phasmophobia just fine sitting in a chair. Like, I don't need to get up and move around playing Phasmophobia. You guys, however, just love that shit.
Hold on! I have an idea. I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
For the secondary goal, not more time.
Well, everyone hashtag chat. I will take it off. I will take it off. I will take 10 off. I will immediately do that. And I have a notepad. On the notepad right now, the secondary one is the Go XLR. That's another. Out of 500, it's at 347. Yeah. The Go XLR is almost paid for, so it can still be a thing, which is what's changing my voice every now and then. It can also do more audio leads, so it's actually, as long as I don't need a need for a second microphone to be plugged in, the Scarlett serves a purpose for being able to do roundtable type things. But the Go XLR I can actually have 4 different inputs into it and 1 output to the computer, which makes it incredibly nice. Because there's a few older system quirks that I couldn't get around that the Go XLR will let me put sound into it. Plus, I can actually like play music through it, and actually you guys can't hear it; it's muted, but I can still hear it. So I mean, this thing, and plus, I can say all the things I ever want to say, and I can bleep myself, or if I need to sneeze, I can quickly mute, or I don't know, instead of having to say ... over the time, I can ... Or if I really wanted to lay the smackdown on some, if I really wanted to slap this cock around, I could be like all of a sudden like. Oh, I do enjoy it. Actually, if I kept it, the first thing I want to do with it is that I want to finish Frambeau live. Where I do take breaks in between playing Frambeau, but I want to finish playing Frambeau. And actually, that is the thing that made me first look at the Go XLR. I have a whole list of videos that I know I never finished playing, and I know I need to finish playing. And I'm going to start marking the playlist on ones that I will never finish the game, or it's unlikely, or that they're not incomplete, I just haven't gotten back to them. It's Frambeau. Good night, Jessica. Thank you for being here. Oh God, it's a bear. Oh, he didn't care about my thing. You know what? Oh shit. That's a bear. And I don't mean like a hairy gay man. I mean that's a bear. I'm gonna try that later. When I NES stuff and all that retro stuff is, I'm gonna be more consistent. We'll have another retro night. Not Sunday night, but the coming stream, which should be tomorrow. But the night after that, yeah, we have another retro night coming up. Play more retro stuff.
Gorgon? They're real.
Yeah, the Gorgon sisters.
What's that glimmering? Maybe if I sneak up on it.
It can't be Medusa herself. What, am I gonna get Pegasus or something? Like, I swear to God, like, if all of a sudden I can get Pegasus out of this. Pop out of where the head hole is.
These bracers. I've seen them in drawings. They can't be.
But they are.
Heracles, mightiest of mortals, slayer of beasts, defied Hera and accomplished the impossible wearing those bracers. And now, they belong to Fenyx.
Okay.
Dumb luck.
For the record, Heracles wore the skin of the lion that he killed, not a gauntlet with lions on it.
Fight someone who's armed instead.
Wow. If you have any NES games you want me to play and you own them, send them to me. I'll play them here. Really starting that collection.
So, Fenyx,
best I can.
After boldly besting the Gorgon that ambushed Heracles.
What are you doing there? That thing with your voice?
Heracles?
Yeah, that.
That is how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Seems like a lot of work, but it's your funeral.
Except I can't die.
Don't remind me.
Wow. And yes, Heracles, for those who don't remember, Heracles is actually his name.
I feel like I could lift a mountain.
If only those bracers could move this one.
Hades alive! You two, get a room!
I have the Batman video game, by the way, for NES. I do have that. I think. Batman was a hard game. Yeah, where are they? I should put up what I have in my collection for NES games. I don't mind getting ever duplicates because honestly, NES games go down so easily nowadays. It's not even funny. Because I really don't want to emulate anything I don't own. I really am against that. Wow, died in the wall. But I think I got Batman. It'd be a really easy thing for me to just check over. Yeah, I can make a list of what I've got. Loving what I got. I fired and I missed. I fired. I missed both times. We. Yeah, doubles aren't bad at all with cartridges. That's why I have 2 Final Fantasy cartridges, and I still need a good copy of Final Fantasy that saves better. Because I need a 3rd so I can dissect it and replace the battery. Because I'm afraid to dissect my 2 childhood copies of Final Fantasy. But like the original Final Fantasy, I would like to play the OG one again sometime. Not necessarily all the remakes that have been done of it. Though speaking of remakes, I do need to play the remake of Metroid 2 on the channel, and I do need to go look at all the systems. I have one on pre-order to remind me not to buy it. I can't remember the company that makes it, but they make like a NES, SNES, Sega Genesis, all Game Boy versions of Game Boy, and something else. You can all play on one system. It's one of those multi-system things. It's gotten bad review. They break easily, but you can play them HDMI, which means it goes with my setup and everything. I can get them to work. Here's the deal with all of that. The one I have in there is purposefully not the one I want, and it's pre-order in a color I don't want it in, to remind me that when I go and look at things that need to be purchased for the business, I need to research a good one to play retro games on, because my old systems need to be backups to it. I need to keep remembering that the last time I just tried to set up a retro stream not too long ago, I had a huge issue actually with the console itself. So I had forgotten for so long that was even a possibility. No, Persona is a game I will finish. Ish. I'll play it more. Persona is more for me, and I haven't. You still hear Jacob? Then I can actually explain this one. I've actually explained this quite. Memorize it. Wait. All right, I can do that. Doo-doo-doo. Wait, if I just write it down, that'll make me not have to think. Someone sent me a board where I can write things down over and over and then it not be a thing. Yeah, actually, I need to show you guys. Someone got. I guess you guys don't want me to pause it. Fuck it. Look. Oh yeah, this is from John Parker. This is from John Parker. Shit, I knew I got something from somebody that was here earlier, and I probably sound like a. He got me this thing. So John Parker sent me this, which, by the way, I immediately just to test it out, just was doodling. He got me this thing. And it's the what do they call it? It's this. It's a boogie board. So you can do it. You can take notes and everything, and every single time you press it, all the things go away. So like, so I have a board now that auto magically erases everything every time I press that white button. Everything goes away permanently. So I can just like write notes on this now, and that's that's a nice thing. So I can just just take notes on something that, like, when I don't need the notes, if it's not permanent notes, I don't have to waste paper anymore. And it's magical, that this thing. I did make a doodle of myself on there, or what was basically me very tired opening up things, realizing I still hadn't opened things, and made a doodle. Anyway, Jacob, I've discussed it before. Persona 5 is more for me because I really. John Parker, you're still here. Yes, thank you so much. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I was doodling on it, and then I was just like, no, this is gonna be, because I immediately put it on. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to make sure those magnets stay on the actual this part of it, because I'm just gonna hang this up next to the desk, so I have somewhere to slip this every single time. So when I need to take notes, I just take it out of the neoprene case that you sent with it, and then when I don't need it, I just put it back in the neoprene case, and I never lose track of it because it's just gonna stay in the office. It's awesome, and thank you for that. Okay. Oh God, I made a terrible mistake. Uh-oh. Whew. Oh God, force. So what the deal with Persona 5, for me to finish that thought really quick, is that Persona 5, like, I thought I'd be able to play more and more as my son went back to school. I was waiting on that. If it gives you any idea on how that plan's going, my son is right back out of school and back into virtual, and he was with me all, winter break, Christmas break, and he was also, while he should have been at the very end of Christmas break in school, it wasn't virtual. Like, it needs to be a daytime game because I need to make it members only, because even members can't sometimes stop talking, but I really, really want to be able to just play around with the game, get to know the characters, make some waifus. That's not the point, looking for senpai girl. The point is that I can't do that as a nighttime stream. I'm going to be trying to be better and better about setting up streams early in advance. So like you will know when I'm streaming, and I'm gonna try to do better and better about taking breaks with premieres. So playing a game and then setting up a premiere that if I do an early stream, and then it premieres a video right after, so everyone's shipped off to the premiere of the video, or you know, doing from one game to another live streams, blah blah blah. Now that we have some of the Twitch's abilities of doing those kind of things, but I have to save Persona 5 for daytime streams. It's not supported by many people, but those who want to see me play Persona 5 really want to see me play Persona 5. So it's not like I can't. It's not like I can't make it happen. The problem is people don't shut up, and so I have to always make a members only streams, because like people really don't get that I know nothing really when it comes to like I have a mask from you, Jacob, for example, that I don't even know who owns that mask for, and that's their who's the Phantom Thief that owns that mask. I don't know. I know my sexy cats and of course Joker and Knuckle Skullhead, and then just have to have who I was convinced was a girl but now a guy. Gotta have Mona just sitting here at all times right here. But yeah, I've got like Panther Skull and Joker, and they're I don't even know the characters past that. So yeah. So I have to basically I have to delegate the times that I can actually like play it and enjoy it without just looking at the chat and being like, I am disappointed in humanity. But you know what? To be honest, I don't need to look at chat to be disappointed in humanity. That's why I have an ex-wife. I mean, if she's not good for that, what is she good for? She don't. Yeah, I heard of some of those. I'm seeing, yeah. Join the Discord and you can see some of the videos on the streams from just the Discord. That's another thing that I have to get onto, because YouTube knocked my channel big time for putting so what YouTube is wanting is that if you actually have for example you live stream and you want to put those videos up, they want you to have a live streaming channel, or that you have a consistent schedule of when you do each one. So like it's pretty, they make it into this serious business type deal of like how you're supposed to treat it. So I didn't realize I was breaking a golden rule by starting to put up so many like past live streams on demand, and then also putting up static videos. And then I put up 4K static videos. I broke a lot of different like metric rules for YouTube. I'm trying to gradually like find the middle ground, fix it, and fight the urge of being burned out by idiots. I keep getting burned out because people forget that I have a brain that has more to do than Resident Evil. And it really is like one of those things where I just like have to I just gotta find things that YouTube won't knock me for, that I know I'm good at, and that the internet won't spoil. Which I already know what some of that is. It's just how do I explain it best? I don't want to deal with some of the flack from it quite yet, but that's not all of it. To be honest, since it's getting later and I only got 2 minutes and 3 minutes left in this stream, to be honest, it's that I don't want my channel defined by some of the few things I do that I know will pull a bigger audience. I hope that makes sense, but there are a few things that I know I can do that I've been told over and over I should do. And I've just hesitated on, like, for example, my analyses of The Last of Us characters held off for that alone. I don't want to be defined as just the one thing. And I've run into that problem now on several occasions. And it's just frustrating. So now I kind of am in this place where I'm just trying to fight the idea of like, all right, well, what does my schedule look like? Well, we'll go back to Mondays being retro and we'll play a lot of older games and I'll start finishing series. And I'll try to make it so YouTube likes my metrics and everything. And videos, when I actually release them, I'll actually edit them a little bit so that, you know, even if it's a video on demand, it's got some edits to it so they won't knock me on just putting an edited video up. But the biggest thing is that, like, I want to use my brain more. Every single time I have an idea for it, it just is kind of setting me up for the idea of like people are gonna do what they did with the Everyman's Guide, and I'm trying to actually avoid that. I would like my channel to grow. I know exactly how I could have grown. You know how many people bitch at me all the time that they cannot get through Claire B? I get it. I get it. Claire B is actually the hardest. Oh, after you beat Leon, the second hardest to beat is Claire B, not even Claire A. I get it. Leon A is not helping you. I am really trying to figure out how not to be defined by just a few things and people actually enjoy the entire thing that I do. And it's it's like this it literally is a dread that comes over me when I think about releasing some of those things, and I'm just like, I just don't want the channel to rotate around this. Like, for example, I'm gonna be doing Resident Evil 8, and I know it's gonna start rotating around Resident Evil again. I'm just like, son of a bitch. Like, I do have more of a brain than that. And if people would also understand that brain, then they would start listening to the idea of zombies aren't dead. And it's just, oh no, the general consensus by tens of thousands of people is Claire B is much harder. In fact, we might be to the hundreds of thousands of people marked now, as according to the messages I've received, that Claire B is by far the hardest scenario for the average gamer. Your subjective anything does not compare to my daggum inbox of dealing with this. I have got a very full inbox of dealing with. It's just, oh, it is a lot. I'm just going by what the literal masses are telling me. Hey, Vash. Wait, what's going on?
I will end you, thought!
For the Persona 5 Battle DLC. Sorry, about 5 minutes behind, so just got to the Persona 5 response.
Oh, I'll write that down. I'll actually write down my notepad. Everybody hashtag Vash. Vash, the Battle DLC. Is there a name for that Persona 5 Battle DLC? Because I might have put it on my list of things to buy because I am serious about Persona 5. It might already be on my list. Let me see if I actually did anything about that already. But thank you for that. Everyone hashtag Vash. Like, I really do like Persona. I really, really do. I just hate idiots. Hate is a strong word. So when I say I hate idiots, you gotta know I'm telling the truth. I'm just tired of dumb shit. You're pretty sure it's called the Battle Pack? It sounds familiar. The reason I'm only questioning myself is because the battle passes that I had to buy for Super Smash Brothers and then battle pack, I think I'm getting them crossed up, but I think I have it, or might not, or I do. It's one of the two. But thank you for that, because that helps go toward it. Like being able, like, you know, especially for a game that I can't whip out every 5 seconds. No, there's a real anxiety in me that I don't want to go back down a certain road and blah blah blah. I know it sounds like I'm bitching about random things, but trust me, when you start when you're starting to be asked like, well, what do you think your career will look? Can I not really get in there for that? Okay, cool. It's like, what, you know, someone's asking me like my career plan and what I'm gonna do and the platform and what I branch out onto and what I'm going to be trying to accomplish. And, you know, am I actually going down voice acting? The answer is yes. Am I doing voiceover? The answer is yes. How am I diversifying things? Improv is part of that. Trying to do more stuff, going into medical stuff, science, giving like the kind of lectures you hear, but actually more truncated and to the point and concise. Yeah, that's all part of it. Like, I have to have like a plan to keep this viable, because like if the platform goes away tomorrow, like I better dust off that resume pretty damn fast and get a lot of different jobs. At the same time, 5 years from now, if I am still known as the guy that made the Resident Evil guides, I fucking swear I will quit YouTube. If that is what I'm really, when I have something like what I poured my heart and soul into, like The Last of Us, up on this damn channel, and then also a game that I just happened to give people the notes of how I played it, and the thing I poured my heart and soul into, not as big of a deal. The other thing, the biggest deal. If that's true in 5 years, I fucking quit. I don't give a shit. I hope I'm mature enough that I can be a counselor and just say, fuck YouTube, I'm going off and doing that. I'm not having that being my goddamn career. I don't want that to be my goddamn career. I dread the idea of my career being just basically based around giving away my notes, because I don't want that. I did it for a reason. I did those guides for a very specific reason. I was passionate about it, and I had notes. I was encouraged to just give the notes. Guess what? I have books and books of notes on other games that would make really good videos and really good everything else, but they just don't trend. And I would love to go that direction. And I still don't want to be pigeon-toed just into the idea of, oh, he makes guides and gives talks about characters. Yeah, I also like to play the games and actually in real time think about it like I did in The Last of Us, or try to brush up on my mythos and be like, Celtic and Norse, they don't fit together. Let's figure this shit out. And I could figure out what was up with Hellblade. Like all that kind of shit. And, you know, doing a random video about like, oh, I realized like IGN got some things wrong because everyone tells me that IGN got things wrong, so let me put some things right for Resident Evil 7. And I had another thing and I was like, well, Outlast 2, I have a theory on the ending, and that breaks 6 digits for views. And there are other things I liked doing. I do not want my career to turn into that. That to me, I would much rather go back to working 16 hours, 6 random jobs, and actually, to be honest, I don't want to sound ungrateful at all. If my choice is to continue my career, to keep pumping out guides, or to go back to working 10 to 16 hour days, and if I could still pull it off being a dad, working 6 different jobs, I will quit YouTube. I will straight up be peace out. I'm not making guides. I'm gonna go back and be a dad and do other shit. I fuck that noise. No, I'm not getting forced into that niche. Though Emma, you're not the only one that said that. You're not the only person that has said in the back. By the way, the stream is ended. Like you're not the only person that has said that you put me on in the background with the guides just to hear me. Like you're seriously, I hear people like saying it all the time. They're like, oh, when I'm like feeling bad, they're like they listen to the guide to be like, no, it's all right, it's fine. Like I don't even remember all the things I said in Leon A, but apparently, as like when I talk about like taking damage, getting hurt, or like, you know, things going wrong, it's like it's all cool or whatever. People keep calling me the Bob Ross of like video games and everything, and and I have more and more comments, like hundreds of comments of people just saying the same thing of like, yeah, when I'm having a downer, whatever, I put on in the background and I'm just like, yeah, everything's fine, it's cool. Like, and I'm like, oh, I said that much. I never realized I said it that much. Like that I was telling everyone like I was calming people down, but I don't. That's just kind of my. I don't know when I feel like I'm trying to be a teacher. Not when I'm ranting and not when I'm talking about like COVID or like CDC. That's a different kind of teaching. That's like feeling like I'm dealing with COVIDious all the time. When I actually feel like okay, I have knowledge and I would like to pass it on, and I'm like in a feeling like I'm in more like a lecture style. I want to help people through something, and I've always found like a more calm demeanor does it. And the only thing I don't like about the first guide is that my normal voice sounds dead, because I really was trying to concentrate on getting the wording right to walk people through it. So inflection sounds like it's just deadpanned, and I don't like that. And I'm trying to work through things like that. But other than that, I've been told over and over, it's just like, I never realized I was saying all that shit. A lot of the things that people have quoted and told me, I never realized I said. Even though I edited the thing, I didn't pick up on it. I don't listen to me. Oh, Jacob, that's oh, you got me in tears. Jesus Christ. Jake, I'll end this off by playing credits and then well, hold on. Gotta take it off the wall real quick. You mean when you're one of the first people ever to pick up that this actually might have meaning to me? Yeah, you might get a few tears out of me and get a reaction. This is still hanging right there on top of the bookshelf. I see it every single day. This is one of the some of them are in like miscellaneous places. This one has a place. Like they've been miscellaneously like put in different like I was like immediately as soon as I was like no. It goes right there, right at the top, where I will see it every time I come in here. Like, and for someone to catch on to that and actually then send me that specifically, like, and the heroes never down. Yeah. Yep, those are the ones you got me with. Congratulations, Vash. Yeah, did get some tears out of me. Heroes never die, and someone actually acknowledging Steel. Cause my brother was Superman, and I don't know how much of a secret it is anymore that my nickname was never Superman. That was my brother's, who passed away. Mine was Steel. Which is when Superman dies, one of the ones that tried to take his place. Thank you to people who help support this stream, especially tonight with the long rants, like Kellen, Chad, So Bad Guy, Julio, Jacob, Gary, Gus, Bernard, GJD 8000, and Alex with new welcome back to the family, Andrew. But like oh yeah, Baby Birds, I forgot about that one too. But like yeah, it's I mean I really had to shove it down people's throats for a long while that this is the only thing that I wear on me that's actually me. I'd like to end this off like this right here. If people see that, this right there, that's not supposed to be for Superman. That's me. That's actually the only thing I wear for me. The mohawks for my brother, the chin hairs for my son. The Superman emblems are still for my brother and what I've collected, but my nickname given to me by my brother, one of the two I got, was Steel. And how prophetic it was that one day my brother would die and I try to fill his shoes. Yeah, John Henry Irons. My nickname was never Superman. I will never have the nickname Superman. It never has been Superman. My nickname was Steel. I have a few shirts from 20 years ago when my brother first gave me that nickname. And it was a nickname rarely used, but that like when everyone called him Superman, he was like quick to point out that like if he's that, then I'm Steel. And like and for those that don't know comic book lore, when Superman dies, there are people like 4 people who basically try to take his place, and like John Henry Irons is basically the only one of them that's pretty much sane and a good person. He was saved by Superman at some point. He tries to make a suit to mimic Superman's powers and he's called Steel because Superman's called the Man of Steel, and he looked like Steel head to toe except for with the red cape, and uses his construction hammer, which now he wears a suit made of adamantium basically, and is actually stronger than Superman in some regards. But yeah, he was a replacement for Superman. So it is more apropos than I ever thought it would be that 20 years later after that, my brother's dead and my nickname is the replacement for Superman when I'm sitting here trying to replace what he could have done. Yeah, that put me in tears. I just remember that convo that we had. He said it seemed like you were Sherlock and your bro was my... Yeah, that's how it kind of was. Nathan always had the facts just right there, and I was always the one asking why. Like I couldn't hold terminology and facts like he could. Like IQ doesn't have anything to do with any of that. It was just kind of just that's how we worked. He worked on the knowledge based stuff, but he couldn't think outside the box, and I was the one that could just look at all of it and ask why, which is exactly why you guys are still seeing the effects of that. Exactly who I am still shows up. For those who have been paying attention, exactly who I am continues to show and rear its head. And where does it show and rear its head? Things like the CDC asking why they're not citing sources, asking why my son could get back to me but not infect the people he's traveling with. Ask why they would call a test a PCR test on the rapid test, but it's actually an antigen test looking for protein. I'm asking why, and it drives me to find answers. My brother's role was more like he had all the facts under his belt. So when I go to ask why, I didn't have to go read a bajillion things. When I would go ask why for a question, my brother would be like, oh, it's on like page 200 something in that other book over there. Or like, if you skim to like this, you go click here, read that article. It's right there. Like my brother just had this encyclopedic knowledge and everything he retained, but he really had a hard time thinking outside the box. So it was everything that he had learned. And we coined a term for it after a while. It's called borrowed knowledge, that everything we know is just borrowed knowledge. His objective was to not die with just borrowed knowledge, to actually contribute something. But mine was more to not only to help him out, but to just, I question things a lot. And so like even this rant at the beginning of this video should show you exactly how my mind works. And then it should give you a clue on what my brother's would be, because mine is questioning the why and putting up the numbers and doing all the things. But my brother would be more apt to have put forward like things like CDC and quoting all the stuff and blah, blah, blah. But you hear even in my text to my ex, my question is basically to make her question the world the way I question the world, to make her question her ideas and facts and everything. Hey, thank you on Patreon over there to Warp. Thank you. I hope it doesn't all of a sudden trigger like everyone on Patreon where I have to be like, oh God. But it's basically the one difference I will say, and then I'm ending the stream because I already played the credits. The one difference I will say is that in a conversation about the CDC, for example, and for the information about COVID, instead of me being on a stream kind of being frustrated trying to get through that, my brother would never have allowed that. He never would have allowed me to get bogged down in my feelings so much. He found it a very dangerous place for me to live because my knowledge and my questioning of why many times is based in an emotional response, but it's an emotional response based on the idea of how does it affect people around. And my brother really was against the idea of letting me get, it used to be always sadness and depression and all that kind of stuff, but he always was against the idea that like I would get so invested in something that it could upset me too much, because he said if I could pull back the sheet and take a step back from all of it, I would see basically a bigger picture in which my emotions have a place, but my emotions have a place to drive the point forward for which we're trying to discover. And that's more or less his wording, not mine. That my emotions were there to drive a point forward for which we were in the process of trying to discover. That my emotions might have led me to want to question it, but they are not yet to be brought back into the equation until after the question has been answered. And then the answer, you use your emotions to drive that forward, to present it, to show it in a way that then rings true with other people. And I sometimes lose sight of exactly that, because many times when he would say that, it's like, okay, cool, then what are the facts? I didn't have to get bogged down in people's idiosyncrasies and the stupidity of them. My brother would sit there and have all of the knowledge, and so I'd listen to what he had, and I'd have what I already had, and we'd put it together, and he'd put down in just the baseline facts, and I'd start questioning, well, why is this a baseline fact? And we'd go to the drawing board and go back over and over and over again. And so when my emotions got re-involved into a subject, it wasn't me trying to still like figure out the subject like we're trying to figure out with like COVID and CDC and all that kind of stuff. It was more like, if you heard me emotionally invested in a subject again, I had answers. I had answers that I was really, really pretty damn confident in. And I was so confident in it that I wasn't about to hear anyone's bullshit. I wasn't about to hear like, it wasn't that I wasn't about to hear a debate. It was just like, if he had bullshit to say, no, I already went through all of the research and everything, and going back and forth with my brother, and hundreds of hours literally spent on some subjects. And I wasn't about to take it from anyone, even if I was shy and depressed and everything. I wasn't about to take your bullshit, because I was letting my emotions now drive it forward of being like, this point is so important that my brother and I sacrificed hours and days and weeks toward it. And I'm not about to take your Wikipedia excuse as compared to like the solid evidence. Let's just move forward to getting to the nitty gritty. My brother right now would be chastising me big time for being on here and being too emotionally wrapped up in things before I had concrete answers. At least concrete enough answers that I didn't, because here's the biggest thing that he found that I have a tendency for. That when I start finding the answers that finally show that, not about me being right, but let's just put in the perspective of like my ex putting my son in bad situations because of COVID, and me doing research of seeing bad situations. I was proven right to be paranoid when it was I was proven right to be paranoid back in July and to take precautions. Why? My son came, welcome back to the family, Joseph Thielen. You never left the family, but welcome back to it. It wasn't about being proven right. It was that from then on doing research, it just angered me. It angered me that like I had to get COVID for my ex to listen that I was right to take precautions. And that's infuriating. From my brother's perspective, that's not acceptable. That I can't become infuriated because I have a very big weakness of basically fixating on the things that I'm like, if people had only listened. But my brother's like, turn the page. My brother would literally tell me over and over and over again, just to turn the page. And he didn't mean the page in life. He literally meant keep reading. Like, the textbook isn't over. Just because you found an answer that you needed does not mean your knowledge is finished. Like, you've got more to delve into. So it doesn't matter if there was something that you're emotionally charged about that might have sent you down the path, but you got to take it out and start learning. And you can't just get stuck on the points where you're like, God damn it. Like, if people had just listened, like my brother would immediately be like, you're throwing away time to your emotions when you could be actually using that time to see how you could prevent having to feel that emotion again. Which he makes a very valid point. But I mean, that's the kind of conversations you could have expected when my brother was around, and that's why I will never claim that we're the same person, or that that all wraps around to the first time I ever went into tears when Heroes Never Die, and then having someone actually send me something about Steel. Like, I am not my brother. I did not earn the nickname Superman. That's not what I earned. In fact, I've probably taken more than saved lives, just empirically, not by the talks I've given and, you know, talking through Life is Strange, or talking about like depression, or talking on the channel, or trying to have a community so people don't feel alone. I don't mean those. I just mean empirically, just like you can say with your own two hands, lives saved, lives lost. My brother has more like lives saved, where he was basically the physical body wall between danger and another person, and I have more lives lost, where my hands had to get dirty to save other people. Whether saving was still the outcome is like who was able to do it in a way that didn't cost lives type deal. My brother earned the nickname Superman. I'm simply I accept the nickname that I got. It was just a joke at first. We had t-shirts that we were going to make, and long story short, I didn't have a nickname other than the one nickname I will never tell you guys. because my brother rarely ever called me Steven either. He called me one thing and one thing only. I can count on one hand the number of times in our semi-adult life from teen on that he called me Steven. He actually called me another nickname that he gave me, that if you know me in personal life, you'll know the nickname, because he wrote it in all the last messages he ever gave me that I have around, so you'll know the nickname. But it's a nickname that I don't like repeating. I don't ever want to hear out of anyone else. But that one in particular was, just long story short, I had only that as a nickname. Like I had the ladies man, and I didn't want to put that on t-shirts because the t-shirts we were literally making as a joke, as like boys versus girls, because like girls, like we were on this thing, I can't remember, and it was basically they came out with shirts that they had pre-printed before we went on tour that said whips on it, women having intelligence, power, and something else or whatever. And I can't remember the retaliation, but they were basically saying like, boys, you better know your place while we're on this tour. And so like everyone was like making t-shirts on the fly. And I didn't have a nickname, and he was just like, use the nickname that you've always had. And I was like, what's that? He's like, Steel. I was like, that was a joke. He's like, no, like the way my brother said it was like, I earned my place to have a nickname like that because I built myself into something that I wasn't before. That's how my brother characterized me. And that's how he always, I guess that's true. I've always built myself into something I wasn't before. I built myself into the dad. I'm building myself currently into the dad I want to be. I built myself into a YouTuber. I built myself into a photographer. And they're all things that I just that's just a trait of mine. I went from being like jobless to being designing websites. And in that week span of that interview, of landing that interview, I learned how to code. Because I can absorb information that fast. I just build myself into whatever. And Nathan just intrinsically just had it about him that he himself was the thing that saved other people. So like it was just a nickname that was it. It was just, and I never expected that to ever go on as anything. But when he passed away, I had all these things to remind me, because I felt guilty for all the times I forgot that he's suffering in a basement for 6 years while I still get to live my normal life. And I still hold it over my head. The time the mohawk can come off my head is once I've paid my penance. The mohawk is here to stay for at least, my brother's anniversary for his death for 5 years will be in April. A year after that will be the first time I will truly consider cutting off the mohawk. It will be so I can look in the mirror again and see myself and not Nathan. That is my penance for not paying more attention to my brother and being there more for him while I was basically one of his only lifelines to the outside world. I knew he was there suffering, and I came up with too many excuses of why I couldn't spend more time on the phone, playing games, being there. Like life. I let life happen, and by the time life was finished passing by, I had even spent so much time trying to extend his life that for 3.5 years, I didn't enjoy the life he had left with him. My mohawk is penance. I don't get to look in the mirror and see myself. Every time I look in the mirror, I have not, for the past almost 5 years, seen myself. This mohawk is not just to represent my brother. It is my punishment for ignoring him, because I do not see myself in the mirror. I did not have a mohawk. I dyed all of my fro once. I did not have a mohawk. I never did. I never wanted one. This is so I can't pass the mirror without thinking of my brother. It's impossible. And this is for my son. So my face is dedicated to other people. I don't see me anymore. So, still making sharing what you learned from. I know he still is making an impact. I know. It's just when he died, what he knew died with him. That's just a simple fact. The impact he made and he's continuing to make is comparing pennies to millionaires. Like it shaped part of who I am, but it's nothing compared to having the real deal being able to be here, because that real deal is who helped keep me. Yeah, I did make me into, like, I was able to build myself into who I am over and over again. Every single time there is something, an obstacle, I was able to become what I needed to become. Nathan just always intrinsically was the same person. While if you've heard my life story, it sounds like I've been a few different people, and I pretty much have been. I've been whatever I had to be to survive, whatever to do what I thought was right, do all these things. No, I cried hard when Jacob sent me that stuff, because one was for my brother specifically, and it was finally one of the first people to acknowledge that, not even a subtle hit anymore, one of the first people to acknowledge that, like, I'm not Superman. My nickname isn't that. And when he sent that, I specifically remember that I was getting really tired of people calling me Superman just because I wore stuff about Superman. I do not like being called Superman. That's not my nickname. That's my brother's. So I kept telling people that's not my nickname. I was getting more and more tired of it. And then Jacob gives me the displate. For every time you buy a displate, they go and plant a tree, by the way. And he sends me that, and it's actually got Steel's emblem on it, which is the rivets and everything. So it was like the first time I was like, oh, people actually did hear me, that I really don't like being called Superman, and that I actually did have another nickname. And some people really, really did catch on and pay attention. And then, like, here's proof. And, it shows up at my P.O. box that, like, you know, there's Steel symbol. That is not Superman. That is Steel. Rivets and everything. Yeah. And my son and I have talked about that many times. My son calls himself Superboy. But one day he wants to be Superman, and I've told him over and over that his dad will never have that nickname, that I didn't earn it, but he can. And he's asked me over and over why I didn't earn it, and I said, because I earned a different nickname. I earned it rightly so in a few different ways. But as much as I would love to have earned the nickname my brother earned, putting his body and his mind on the line, and actually putting his, you know, his actions where his mouth was, actually spending his life helping people disabled, only to ironically become disabled and no one helps him. Irony is supposed to be funny, so I guess there's a joke somewhere in there. I hope one day my son really does live up to that, where one day I find out that people keep calling him Superman because of what he does and what he's willing to do. And you know what? For the child of mine that is in the other room right now, still with his gator on over his face, to try to make sure that while he's breathing, a pathogen, a virus, is not going any further than the 6 feet encompassing around his bed, so that his dad isn't in trouble, on the 24% chance that the tests were actually wrong and could not measure just a sample size of 3 people who should all possibly have COVID. For a child that's willing to do that and not even remove it, and has almost been wearing it for 36 hours straight, among other masks, I'm pretty sure he's on his way to earning that nickname. And one day somebody will just stick it on him, that he won't see it coming. And one day somebody will just be like, it's just like, you saved me like Superman, just like they stuck to my brother. Hopefully one day he will not have the nickname Chiquita Banana, because that one stuck to my brother too, but that involved my brother whipping his dick out in the cafeteria when someone was like, I bet I know where your half black side is not. And he's just like, I don't put up with that shit. So he just stood up and he pulled it out in the cafeteria with 1,000 people there. He got suspended from school. He came back from his suspension to a locker that had Chiquita Banana stickers all over it. So he had different nicknames too, but like no one ever questioned where our half black side was from then on out. That's something I will never ever do. Oh my god. For as much as that might sound like a fake story, as I end this stream and I hit the end button, like that is an absolute true story. That's absolutely true. And I went to a school that hit 5 digits after I graduated for how many people attended it. So my high school was humongous. It was to put it in perspective, it was 2/3 the size of my college campus of where I went to college. And my college campus was sprawled out and big too. My high school was as big as a lot of colleges that are around. So when I say he pulled it out during lunchtime, you know, there's literally about 1,000 kids at the cafeteria, give or take. Literally about maybe give or take 100 or so in there. In the cafeteria in general that could hear like what the hell just happened, because he was just tired of pulling up with people's bullshit. He was basically being teased, and my brother didn't take teasing the way I did. I just got silent and I got sad. My brother was just like, so, and if it was something that actually bothered him, like because they wouldn't shut up, he'd just be like, all right, well, you gotta say that shit, and you better actually back it up with something. And them people being like, I bet I know where your black side is and whatnot. It was like, oh, it doesn't ever touch the sun and everything. I guess he just got fed up that day. And he just, I mean, I've got so many variations of the story for everybody who got to see his junk that day, where he just stood up and everyone thought he was about to apparently get into a fight, and unzipped his pants and whipped it out on the table. The cafeteria table. With like people varied with what he said, but basically was like, anything else you gotta say? Which immediately administrators saw what happened and were like, no! And he got in trouble and he said what happened. It basically, that's what everyone describes it. It hit the table with it like a thwack. And so he got in trouble and he got suspended for it, and they had to like decide what they're gonna do about his suspension, because it was like exposing himself, but he was like being a minor, blah blah blah, getting away with stuff. So they decided to basically leave it where it was, because he was being teased, and they put it as they got what they asked for type deal. So they didn't, probably today in our standards now, as opposed to 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago when this happened, it's totally different. 20 years ago now, something like that. It would probably a totally different situation nowadays. But they did it off as like basically like, they got what they asked for. Yeah, and he came back to his locker being covered with Chiquita banana stickers. So for anyone who didn't call him Superman, they called him Chiquita Banana. So which, by the way, as I hit the end button, one of the best things that your brother can ever do for you, whip his dick out so nobody questions yours anymore. Because no one ever broached the question with me about, I know where your half black side is, and everyone was just like, no, we remember what your brother did. Don't be your brother, please. So from then on out, I was just like, oh, I guess I never have to prove that anymore. I guess it's just not going to be on the table. Literally, the subject will not be on the table any longer. So thank you, older brother, for taking care of a problem that could have followed me in my life, for just whipping that shit on out. The matter on the table. What? No, I mean, they never brought it up. They weren't saying don't flash us. They were basically saying you don't have to do what your brother did, so we're just not going to tease you about it. As I hit the end button, he said as he started a new story, I'm hitting the end button. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Gotta get this one out. I need to tomorrow hopefully schedule the next week's streams, because my next week is hectic, but I do think I can actually schedule when I can stream. I have my son this weekend. I won't have him next weekend. I know his basketball schedule. He's on virtual learning, so I know when I will have him, won't have him. And I know, like, for example, I lose him tomorrow night, so I'll be streaming. I don't have him Monday night. I'll be streaming. Tuesday I'll have him, so I know what hour I can at least start. Monday's got to be a retro night, And then when I don't have them the weekend, and I have literally 0 plans, 0 people here, 0 anything that needs me, like I'm gonna be very alone this weekend most likely, with like nothing to turn to type deal. I'll have it hopefully at least 5 streams scheduled out. I'm gonna try to do my best for that. So look out for that kind of stuff and blah blah blah. We'll see. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to see you guys back here for the next one, which will be in 15 hours. What does my life come to? My next stream will start in about 15 hours. See you guys with the next. If I had just simply not ranted, there would be no problem. But COVIDians, am I right? I hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon. Bye. I'm gonna go pass out in the fetal position.